Hmm. All right. Hey guys. Um, couple questions as we get going. Uh, this is gonna be a coding session, so I will be able to answer questions, but I'm not gonna be getting into a lot of side tangents or rabbit holes because I need to get some code done. So that's gonna be the primary goal, but I'm happy to take questions as well. So the question from Anak, what do you think of functional programming? I think functional programming is the default best way to program. Functional and procedural programming are the best. Specifically pure functions, mostly because, as you say, they're the easiest to test, they're the easiest to implement, and they force you to think about things up front that you don't think about when you do most of the object-oriented programming out there. So for example, you can't abuse parameter signatures in functional programming because you know that when you make a signature for a function, you know what arguments it's going to take, what parameters it's going to take, that is going to be it. And if you want an example of failed functional programming paradigms, just look at the PHP language. It has standard library, functions in there that have like 12 to 15 different parameters, and some of them have to be nil in order to get to the ones on the end. It's a disaster. And that's because when they made it, they didn't think of the stuff that they were making in terms of, well, what is the most, economical and efficient and best and cleanest way to do all these functions. They just kept throwing functions in there and giving them 15, arguments or whatever, and deciding, well, if you don't need these other arguments, you can just leave them empty. And that kind of experience is usually what sends people to a language like Python, which has the opposite problem, which lets you pass whatever, quargs, args, whatever. I mean, you can, the function signature is whatever you want. Well, that's also extremely inefficient because everything has to be parsed, and you don't need to know the order. If you do, you can if you want, and you don't know. And sometimes you can do both, right? You can pass ordered parameters, you can pass key value pairs, and sometimes you can both. So it's the other opposite, right? It's like I'm got loosey goosey argument signatures. We're going to be doing Markdown, and so the question as to the functional programming. I don't think there's anything wrong. You see me complain about true object-oriented programming, class-based object-oriented programming all the time. The fact is that object-oriented programming is a totally valid way to do things. More importantly, encapsulation and a lot of the principles that come for the ride, with object-oriented programming are good things. I think classes are really bad. We'll talk about PEGN. I'm going to give a little intro of what I'm doing here for those who don't know. So that's my answer about functional. So when in doubt, write a functional, design your program to work in a functional way. But sometimes it's natural to like say, well, gosh, this is an object, particularly in game programming, right? Where you have things that have properties and those properties are changing all the time. Or you have computed properties where, I have a property which is actually the derivative of lots of other properties combined, or not derivative, but, the sum or the whatever. And that makes a lot of sense in terms of representing an object that way. So that's what I do. If I have an object, I don't put anything particularly special in the object. The object is just properties and computer properties, and occasionally a method, but almost always not. It's usually, if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to make a function that receives an object, and at that point, objects just become types. They're just different types that are able to do their own computations and stuff. So it's an extension of, just the basic struct idea from C. This is why I really love Go, because Go has a very, very lightweight way of dealing with objects, which are just structs that have things that have been hung off of them. So I'm going to take my headphones off for a bit and cool down. So that's what's going on. So just to give an explanation of what I'm coding today, and I haven't coded anything on this. I've just got the spec down on paper here, and I'm going to be working with that. So Markdown. If you don't know what Markdown is a way of writing that is not markup. And we're going to do a whole series on Markdown in the PEGN in the Pandoc series after we finish learning web design, which I'll be continuing tonight at midnight my time. And so Markdown is just a language that was created by writers to really simply write. You'll see, because I'm going to do it, to just capture knowledge really quickly and reliably, and in a way that can be read as source. So the text makes sense. It was better than HTML, which is completely unreadable, I think, and that's why it was made. And PEGN is, so you go to PEGN.dev. If you can go look at the link there. PEGN, I'll send the link to you. PEGN.dev is an effort I've made to define grammars. It's a meta language, it's called. And in that it's going to take a while to get your head around what those are for, but the end, perfect for this pagan holiday. Exactly, Johnny. Actually, it's one of the things I thought of. And pagan actually, it comes from PEG, which was a really fantastic proposal from Brian Ford, who basically just thumbed his nose at the Easter release date. Yeah, who thumbed his nose at the whole approach of, finite automata and all the other traditional parsers that are out there that you would learn about in computer science class, based on the fundamental premise that you have enough memory to do infinite look ahead and look behind, and basically he made a grammar that really looks a lot like regular expressions, even though it's a lot simpler to understand. It has ordered priority. If you don't know what that is, you can compare that to like ABNF, which doesn't have ordered priority. It's just a bunch of, or EBNF. These are all languages for specifying the grammars of other languages, and that's helpful when you're trying to get your head around, well, what does my language look like? How am I going to parse it? So that's what's going on today. I'm not going to really get into anything deeper than that. You can just go look that stuff up. Hopefully that is enough of an introduction. It's really fun to write parsers and languages. I really, really love it. And so this is the reason I'm doing this. So what problem am I solving here? I have a knowledge base. You guys probably know this, right? And in my knowledge base, I have all this Markdown that's been written here, right? This is my RWX Rob site. This is all Markdown right here. I need to change my preferences a little bit. Change my color a little bit too much there. All right. And as you can see, you have links and stuff. We're not going to do this. If you want to go learn Markdown right now, let me send you a link for that. The fastest way to learn Markdown, just learn basic Markdown, so you don't feel like you're left in the dark or something. RWX.gg/lang/MD, which is all of the Markdowns, or you can do MD basic, and that'll give you a rundown of the basic Markdown. To make music on this, I do not, but that's not what I'm talking about right now, GeForce. If you know, let me know. What's a DNS? A DNS is a domain name server, so that's what RWX.gg is, a domain. It's a domain name that goes with an IP number underneath. That's the address of the house, kind of thing. So, so there we go. We've got a bunch of stuff to look at. We've got all this README. So this is, you can see, is a lot easier to read than HTML. You have like links like this and stuff like that. Okay, I'm going to get onto the coding though. So if you have questions that, yeah, you guys can help each other out in the chat. I may even remove the chat for a bit so I can get into this. But I figure when we get started, it's good to kind of give you an overview. So the problem I have, and again, you should never code unless you have a problem you're trying to fix. In my particular case, my problem is I want to be able to search my knowledge base. So I keep all of these notes and all of these, blog entries and articles and, lessons and everything. I have all this data, all this knowledge, And it's all, I at least, it's all in Markdown, so I can search through it really quickly, and that Markdown gets converted into HTML, which then gets, put on the internet so you guys can search it. But, yeah, I would go with Proton VPN if I were you. And Nord has been hacked, and many times actually. So, at least twice. And the goal is to make it so that I can use this knowledge. So this is part of a bigger effort. I even am putting parameters around something I call the Association for Federated Knowledge Workers. Knowledge workers are people like us who are constantly dealing in knowledge. We're exchanging knowledge, we're sharing knowledge, we're writing about knowledge. Evernote, God no. God no. Just say no to Evernote. Evernote is a good attempt, but it's just no. You can't, you can sort of search that knowledge, but you certainly can't share it in a reliable way. And I don't really want to pick apart the best way to organize knowledge. I've already established what the strategy for that over the last 7 years. I started out as a knowledge net and an essential web, and these days I'm calling it the MimWorks personal knowledge manager. And so these are topics I don't really want to unpack right now. Just suffice it to say, the immediate problem is I need to be able to search this group of knowledge, this collection of knowledge in here, in a very reliable way by keyword that's highly efficient and allows somebody else to do the same thing. Yeah, there's a lot there. At this point, like cue everybody's personal solution for this, which are all insufficient. If you ask me, there are so many of these things, and they all suck. I hate them all. I really do. They try really hard, but none of them lets you do keyword searching in a way that's consistent, that can be done from the command line, that can be shared with your friends. Nobody does it. So the way to do this is to build a knowledge base that's dependable, that can be shared and everything. And then that starts out by being able to no, it's not Obsidian either. Obsidian doesn't do that. It doesn't. I'm not, like, this is kind of funny because everybody thinks that they have their own best solution, and they all suck. Believe me, I've looked at all of these and none of them do it. I've only even touched on the surface of the problem. So I just want to tell you about the immediate problem that I'm fixing. For example, do any of those options allow you to personally rank and change the search criteria of your knowledge base? No, they don't. Not one. So that means I have to make a solution. And in this particular case, the way to get the answer to this is I need to take the stuff that's inside of a knowledge base. Well, that's a bad example, but let's take the Markdown one, for example. Lang MD, readme. And so what I want to do is I want to be able to take eventually all the words in this file. This is a PennDoc Markdown file. And I want to be able to prioritize the title, the subtitle, the content in the first heading and the second level headings, any tags that have been added to this knowledge node, which nothing has. The closest thing to a knowledge node is Zettelkasten, which has this idea pretty embedded into its being. It kind of doubles down on that and that only, so it doesn't have the other stuff I need. But this idea of a knowledge node, so I have all my knowledge is broken down into knowledge nodes, which are just directories with a README file and potentially other assets. But I want to be able to go search. I want to be able to control the parameters of my search, which means I want to be able to look at all the headings. I want to be able to look at the title. I want to be able to set up my own SEO criteria, so I can say, okay, I want anything that's got this in the heading, or I want to find anything that has this keyword, but I want to set up my search ranks so that headings count more than, and I'm gonna have a little slider bar that says, I want to turn up titles and subtitles and turn down, this and that and all that stuff. No, you can't. I already know. I already checked that, Riley. I've checked them all. I've done this for 7 years. I've looked at every single thing. So you guys are pretty new to this stream, but there is no sufficient way to do this, and there's certainly not anything that's going to take it to the next level, which is be able to create lexicons and indexes from the actual the words in the document, and to be able to render those documents as books, as websites, as flashcards, as those. That's all in this, and I have a design for the whole thing, so I have to kind of deliver pieces on the whole thing as we go. All right. Yeah, the grep command works. Actually, the grep command is one of the best things I have right now. And if you, understanding all of these problems is actually going to help you understand the Pandox series later when we talk about isolating Markdown to allow one best way to do something, so that you can do that. So, for example, this double level header right here can also be indicated like this, but you would never do that because why? Because if you do it like this, you can't grep it out, you can't search it out, and so you want to stick with simpler Markdown so that if you do get relegated to using grep for a particular project, you can do that and not have a problem. All right, so in doing all of that, I've told you so my goal for the day is to create some code that parses out the title, subtitle, tags, and headings, and puts those into a JSON file someplace that I can then search, and then I don't have to grep anything. I can load it up in JSON and I can search it. Well, it just so happens that I get all of that for free with PEGN. It's the reason I wrote PEGN, to be able to do parsing of these kind of things. So my first step is to write a grammar for a subgrammar of Markdown that I can implement that does not burden the parser of that subgrammar with extra details that are unnecessary. And one of the greatest things about PEGN is that I can write grammars for subgrammars of existing grammars so that I can only parse out the stuff I want and still maintain the source in a compatible format. So I may end up with like 4 or 5 or 6 different views of the same grammar identified in PEGN, so that I can write parsers that just hyper optimized for those particular things, rather than burdening it with like a lexicon parser which would parse every single word. I still want that, but I don't want to force my parser to parse all that stuff unnecessarily if it doesn't need it up front. Standard notes, yeah, it's not the same thing. Sorry, good try, Rick. Appreciate it. Please keep them coming. Keep all these things coming. Yeah, can you make a book out of standard notes? Able to search and rank keywords out of a set of data about. Well, here's what I'm finding, Cheyenne. So the problem I'm finding, and this is why I'm creating the new knowledge net, the MemWorks knowledge net, which is based on standardizing knowledge as source in such a way that we can exchange it freely and basically build a new form of the web or internet that doesn't have any dependency on HTML at all. And that's a part of a much bigger project. Yeah, so all of these, I appreciate you guys bringing these things up because this just makes my point. There are at least 100 different sort of solutions to lots of different problems that aren't getting to the core of the problem. And the core of the problem is that we don't have a unified way to manage our knowledge and to share it. And there needs to be something bigger done at a fundamental level, rather than all these little utilities that everybody are making. And the utilities are nice, but the problem with them is that they operate at a kind of superficial level and they don't ever really get to the problem. And I'm not going to talk a lot about what the core problem is right now today, because I just want to solve this one piece of the puzzle that I have an immediate need for, which is compatible with the overall view of how to solve this problem, which I've documented a lot on the KnowledgeNet site, and I can send you links to that if you guys are interested. But yeah, I've got so many different proposals on the specification for all of that. I think probably the best one right now, let me see if I can find it. I'm just in the middle of moving it over to GitHub. Why don't we do that right now? So you get GitLab. If you want to know why I'm moving to GitLab to GitHub, go watch that video. Without Twitch subscriptions, I work. I have a job. And I have people playing me on Patreon who really want to support me. Yep. You can click on my Patreon if you want to do that. And so you go to GitLab, and then it's actually under, I think this is in PEGN. No, I don't even know. I got to go look. There's no such thing as GitLab. So I guess I have to pull this up. There's no H in met. Working? What? Yes, I did. Thank you. So that is also not me. I think it's actually knowledge. Nope, that's not it. Oh, it's RWX. It's all this stuff's got to be reorganized. It's one of my many things I have to do. I'll do that on a whatever stream. This is not a whatever stream. So I have different kinds of streams that I do topic-wise, and when I do whatever, I just work on whatever, clean up my closet, kind of thing. When I have an actual title, I want to stay on that topic because there's people that are particularly interested in that. And then we have obviously the beginner boosts, which are very, very precise, and I'm really finicky about what you talk about on those streams. If you start to talk about things that are not related, I'm going to come down on you, because I want to, it's going to get archived and used for beginners. I don't want to pollute that. This is not one of those streams. If you have questions specifically about this topic, or if you have questions that are, even not directly related, maybe the chat can help you, but I may not answer them. In a whatever stream, I'll answer whatever. All right, so this is the RWX README. That's not the one. We want to do this one. And so this is the knowledge net README. This is the best I have right now in giving you kind of an overview. I have lots of different forms of this, so that all have to be pared down and cleaned up. But I'm going to put that out there in case you want to read up on what's going on. Yeah. And then what? So let's do... Yeah, grandpas and babies. That's what somebody said. So, this by the way, this is why I'm doing it in this format. See these nice headers and stuff. A lot of this has been inspired by how READMEs are displayed on GitLab and GitHub, just by themselves. And you'll find repos out there that are just knowledge bases. That's all they are. And so all I'm doing is just like extending on this best practice that a lot of people have already discovered. Built for knowledge workers, domain model, knowledge base, blah, blah, blah. All right. So what I need to do first thing I need to do is I need to know how to move this over. I've already created a GitHub. I got to set up all the scaffolding and where to put everything and stuff. So I need to do a little bit of architecture here. So this is my GitHub. And there's stuff here. I created Memworks as a kind of a place to hold all of this stuff. And I have mixed feelings about this because this is kind of one of the problems. I don't know if you see, but on GitLab you can do RWXGG, KN, so you can have subgroups, and you cannot have subgroups on GitHub, which means that you have to make organizations, and they can't have private repos unless you pay lots of money. So you don't want to do something like that. I believe the best path here in the migration is to kind of do it the GitHub way, which is to do all of your development under a personal repo, and then when and if it becomes something to integrate into a bigger project, you transfer that project, that repo over to the other project. So that means that for the sake of today, I will be writing this probably under a personal project of mine that I'll put on GitHub, and then that way I won't have to deal with the other stuff there. And I may even use the GH tool. I haven't gotten really acquainted with the GH tool recently, so I want to install it and use it. Yeah, so GitHub GH tool is their command line tool. Command line cool. That is not it. Oh wait, GH command line tool. I know I want to use it. It's written in Go too, by the way, but I haven't become really good at it. GitHub's official command line tool. Here we go. CLI. Let's go look at that in web browser. So cl.github.com. Take it up to command line. Yay. It's so cool, man. So stinking cool. I'm so proud of them for making this thing. It'll move you homebrew Linux install docs. Why would I put homebrew on? Homebrew is not. Is there like a homebrew for Linux too? Because that's like never going on my computer. That's crazy. Linux installation docs. Yeah. I have a feeling I'm going to be pulling down the repo on this because I want to be able to make I will never put homebrew on my box. Yeah, let's put the #1 Mac distro manager or application package manager on my Linux machine. That's a great idea. That worries me, GitHub. I mean, package downloads from here or from here. That's more like it, except for it still is like we have to add keys. I mean, I might try the Papa West store. Just try. Can't hurt to try. Let's search for GHCLI. No, it's not there. I didn't think it would be. Worth a look. I actually am very inclined to download the Mac. I think we agree on that point very well. I'm using Papa OS with GNOME, and because I don't care about messing with my distro. I can do Arch, I can do all the other stuff. It's not like I'm incapable of it. I just don't want to do it. App upgrade, Fedora, Red Hat. No, in this particular case, you did AWS Lambda is cool. AWS SAM CLI Linux instructions, nice. Are you kidding me? AWS Lambda makes you put homebrew on Linux? What kind of... I don't want to work for Amazon anymore. Forget that. Have you done anything to improve font rendering on Linux? No? Why would I? My fonts are fine. Okay. Arch Linux package, Android, FreeBSD. A Mac to Ubuntu, and recently I have some issues with font rendering. Never had any issues with font rendering, ever. If you're talking about Oh My Z Shell or something like that, you need to put Nord fonts on there if that's what you're doing. Yeah. All right. So what do we got here? We've got a lot of options here. However, this is a Golang library, and I tend to make submissions and stuff. So I'm going to actually go with the source on this particular thing. Again, this is just I needed to create a new GitHub repo, so I'm using this as an excuse to do that. So we're going to go to GitHub CLI, and I'm probably going to do a go install on this. Yep. It's very, very active repo because it just came out. GitHub API version 4. Oh, they did this on Hacktoberfest. No, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, I can't, Shane, I can't talk to you about fonts right now because we're not doing that stuff. But, you know, maybe ask in the Discord. You know, you can go look for my Discord. And there's people in there that can help you. All right. Oh, God. Using it on a Mac. Contributing installation macOS. I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna, you know what? This documentation is all made for beginners, so I'm gonna just bypass the beginnerness of that and go straight into my GitHub. In fact, I'm gonna fork it. Guys. Problem is when I fork it, it's gonna fork it as CLI. This is a horrible name choice on their part because I can't really fork it. If I fork it, it's going to be my name / CLI, and then I can't make anything called CLI again. It's another one of the reasons, one of the many things that I don't like about GitHub's limitation on packages. So, you know, whatever. Now I can't, you know what? I'm going to rename it. Assuming they don't have anything that requires you. Yeah, they do good. They put everything under. Okay, good. Yeah, a big project like this, it makes sense to use all the sub package names. See these right here? These are standard GoDoc package names. They're not standard. They're conventional, we'll say. I mean, they're not standardized, but that's what people generally do, so that you can move things around. That's really great because that means I don't have to name it CLI. I can name it CLI-GH or GH-CLI or something, and I don't have to. Yeah, I can do something like that. You'll have to pick a better name for my project. Well, I don't want to have to pick a better name for my project, because a lot of times if I make a project, I want it to be a really short name because it's a package that's going to be imported, and this would be one of those cases. So I don't want CLI to conflict. And that's not an uncommon scenario, by the way. So a lot of times you might want to be able. Where am I? Gosh dang it! Why did that come off and do its own thing? I wish it wouldn't. I wish it would just stay on the top. I do. But I still want to play it because I want to give them credit. All right, so make directory. Are those mine? Yeah. And then I'll do. Well, see, this is one I wanted to just get it without having to do all of this. So git clone. Git at hub / what? RDBX Rob CLI 2. I'm gonna do GitHub CLI. There we go. GHCLI. So this is sort of an indirect. Oh, they have a make file. It's amazing how many Go projects have make files unnecessarily. This is exactly a perfect example of this. Very over-engineered, unnecessary make file. Doesn't need to be there. They could have just done this as a shell script. It would have been fine. Yeah, this is a fail. This is a definite fail. Because they're not even using make for the whole purpose of its existence, which is to make stuff that has changed, individual components that have changed over time. Instead, they wrote this. Okay, so that one says if any of these build files have changed, go ahead and change this. So that is literally like the only line that they have. Oh, okay, good. They got more lines. All right, good. I forgive them. RM, clean, test, dollar make install. I know. Well, that you could do that with that /bin. It'd be fine. I mean, this make. Nobody wants me to say. Nobody likes. This is a very unpopular opinion, but make is really usually not needed today. It's just not. It's not. It would be easier to just do it as a shell script. You know what make makes you do? It makes you put all of these tabs and crap in here. You know how much easier this would be to maintain as a plain old shell script? And they'll say, yeah, but then it'll rebuild everything that's already been built once. So it's not like you're building some like multi-thousand million, lines of code, C code or something. You don't need it. But people do it because it's cool. It's been done around for a long time. I love me a good make file when it makes sense. But this does not make any sense. This just overly complicates the install. And this is atrocious. This sed line right here is freaking atrocious. Holy cow. This is such crap. Yeah, plain make files are great for C. That's why make was pretty much made, right? Because there's a lot of things you're building individually. It was also made in a time when building anything took forever. Make came about because it was old boomer tech when they were on systems. It took 20 minutes to build a tiny little file. You don't need any of that anymore because you have modern systems. So this would have been much better suited. Look at this. They got like essentially global variable definitions in the middle of the file. This is a disastrous. This is a perfect example of all the reasons you shouldn't use make. I'm telling you, this is a horrible, horrible choice in terms of architecture. Exactly. This, Mac, the reason that I don't like make files is because people think that they're going to be cool by making a make file, and they don't make the choice properly. I love make for the right things. For the right things, and this is not one of those things. Like everybody who's talking to Mac will tell you, the right way to use make is when you have lots of individual files that have to be built when anything changes and they have multiple interdependencies on one another. And 9 times out of 10, that is not a case. It's definitely not the case with Go, particularly since there's an entire generator architecture that's built into Go that they could use instead of this. Look at all these phony installation identifiers in the middle of the file. This is like the perfect example of how not to write a make file. This is so bad. Not to mention the fact that you've added a level of complexity that all your developer contributors have to understand that they didn't necessarily have to. All of this could have been done as a bash file. All of it. Including that stupid, ridiculous sed line. That is just so ugly, I can't even stand it. This just is exactly why I don't use sed for in-place replaces. This would have been better as a profile, but you know what? If they'd done it at bash, they could have done it in bash. Bash does this exact thing by itself. It wouldn't even have to have been needed. And if they had done it as a generator, if they knew about how to do Go, they could have put a generator key in there, and they could have replaced the generator key anywhere in the source code. But they don't know how to do that, so they punted and went with sed. It's just horrible. It's a horrible decision. I gotta think about something else right now. All right, so suffice it to say, I still have to run it. You know, dude, yeah. Well, there you go, Moshi. Now you see one, right? The problem is just a bunch of script kiddie and over engineers who think that this is cool, and so they find an excuse to use a technology that they think will make them look cool, and then they end up writing this, and they look like a total joke. This is a ridiculously bad make file. I'm kind of glad that we know about it, because I'm going to use it as the poster child for bad make files. And Mac, you're totally right. Make is a great tool when it's used properly. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at that. They just decided to define variables in the middle of the file. What line are we on? Line 64. 82% in, and they're defining global variables in the middle of it. Because and the phony lines, like every two lines. Ugh. The poor person who has to support this. Okay, fine. I gotta move on. It's so bad. The other thing about this too, people don't know about makefiles, is see these lines right here? This isn't one shell script. This is like every one of these gets executed in a different subshell. And so it's unnecessarily complicated and hits your environment too heavily. It didn't need to do any of that. CMake or Mason, I know. They could have. Every single line in a make file is another subshell execution. They could have done this whole thing as one bash script execution every time. What would they pay for it? Oh no, maybe we rebuild a couple files on accident. Or we'd have to put a little bit of a make-ish, file date stamp detection in there. How many actual files are they depending on here? There's site docs. So it says, okay, if anybody builds site docs, then we'll build this. Yeah. Not to mention the fact that all these phony things basically blow out the whole purpose of using make in the first place, which is to detect updates on dependencies. Well, if you make everything phony, there's always going to be a dependency, which means it's going to do it every time. It just completely, totally brain dead. This is a horrible make file. I would fire the engineer who made this. If they were working on my team and they submitted this as production, I would totally fire them on the spot. I would say, oh really? Why don't you take a little bit more time and think about your life and your choices? This is so bad. These are production engineers at GitHub. Build system around a specific project. Proceed to re-implement 95% of what Make has. Exactly. We're in agreement, Moshi. You know what I'm saying, right? Now that does happen, right? You're a nice guy. I would mentor them and show them. I probably would. Stop saying that. I want to be mean. No, I would tell them what to do. I'd say, look, guys, tell me why you're not doing this as a shell script, or girls or gals or whoever's there. That's the first question I would ask them. And they said, well, I bet you if you really ask them to say, justify, what is your number one justification for not doing this as a shell script? And put all of the emphasis on them doing that. I just want to get to my thing, but I can't. When I see bad code like this, I just can't ignore it. And I've written plenty of bad code, believe me. Oh my God. How else would you introduce file dependencies so you don't have to recompile the whole project on one change? That's a fair thing, but I don't see it. Look, here's the thing. This myth that recompiling the whole project is a bad thing continues to propagate today, just like the old times. The old myth was, this now a myth, but the old times it was like, oh, you never want to statically link a file together. That's an atrociously bad architecture. We live in 2021. In 7 or 8 days, it's going to be 2021. You don't need to worry about that. Yeah. You don't even need to come up with another tool. You could just write a shell script. You could just write a simple shell script for all of this. Look at this. They even run a subshell just to get the freaking date. Oh my God. This is so bad. This is so bad. The poor engineer who has to support this thing to make any changes. Look at how many subshells. I bet you money that I could rewrite this as a single bash file that would run more efficiently and faster and cleaner on memory than the make file would. No, you totally could, Mac. I could. This is not a make file. Every one of these shell scripts, every one of these sub-processes that they're forking out defeats the whole purpose of them being able to run the thing quickly and have all the dependency trees. I know Mac's going to say, you can take my make from my cold dead fingers. Mac is the kind who does C all day and thinks everything should be a Mac file. Could he write this 1,000% better? Yes, absolutely could. Yeah. And there's no doubt it could be written better. And I really like Gradle. Gradle is a build tool if it's done right. So I got nothing against, Gradle and Ant and even Make. I love Make. The problem is it gets abused all the time, and I've seen this over and over again. Every one of these is this particular line right here has 3 subshells. This one has 3 subshells. So the whole point of doing this is so that you have more efficient builds to build your dependencies out properly, right? Well, after you add like over 200 subshells in your make file, you've lost all the efficiencies that you were going for in the first place. Because now you've got so many sub-processes, running and everything, you might as well have just compiled the thing every time. And because Git is particularly with Go build times are faster than Python execution times. So if they had just written this all as one thing, even if they'd done it in Generate, Go generates even faster. They could have generated the entire thing without any subshells, and it would be faster, even though they had to rebuild certain components more than once, which is wasteful. I get it, but not as wasteful as this. The thing I'm ranting on here is that they're choosing Make for the sake of more efficient dependency management, but they've thrown away all the gains of that by doing all this other crap. So, and they don't even see it because they can't see the big picture. They're just like, it has to be a make file because we have dependencies. Whatever. Okay, I'm done. This is so bad. All right. Oh my God, it's so freaking bad. I just can't stop. I can't look away. It's like a total train wreck. This is such a freaking train wreck. You know what? You can't tell people who write this kind of stuff that they're wrong because they're really smart. The person who wrote this is really, really smart, They just have no practical sense of picking architecture. I've dealt with engineers like this a lot. Written correctly, there's only one stat operation involved to check if rebuild is necessary. No compile operation is faster than a stat. Yeah. And they wrote it wrong. They did write it wrong, but that doesn't mean that I still couldn't write a bash script. We should probably make a competition, Mac. What's funny is this is made over Hacktober, it looks like, so that might be why it's completely ugly. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a junior dev. I have a feeling the junior devs got given the GitHub we should have a competition. See who can write the most efficient one. Like, we'll write a bash. Actually, if I did it, I wouldn't even do it with bash. I would do go generate. Yep. Because go generate already has neither an intern nor a junior. Well, whoever wrote this definitely knows make. I'll give them that. The thing of it is, this is somebody who really knows their stuff, but they don't know enough to know when to pull back on doing things unnecessarily. And this is so common in the tech industry. This is particularly like mid-range to junior engineers. They're really smart. They do stuff that they have no business doing. They should never have done it, but they can do it. And then if you tell them they shouldn't do it this way, that there's a simpler way, they look down on you. They do. They look down on you. They're like, what? You just don't understand it. So you're like ripping on me because they get all defensive, because all humans get defensive, right? So humans get defensive and they're like, you just don't understand it. It's not my problem if you don't understand it. I cannot tell you how many times I've run into this. It's just so annoying because they don't even see how annoying it is. They're not thinking of the big picture. They're not thinking about the next engineer. They're not thinking about how to maintain the project. They're not thinking about reducing complexity for the sake of avoiding bugs, because they don't ever have bugs, right? Dude, I'm telling you, it's not imposter syndrome. This kind of a syndrome right here is cognitive dissonance. The people who have this have cognitive dissonance and Dunning-Kruger. They think they're the shit. They think that they can do anything, so they write highly overcomplicated systems and they don't even bother to understand why it's bad, because they can do it. These are the kind of people who pick technologies because they're cool, or because they're trending, or because they're obfuscated. And people slam Perl all the time from the 90s, and it was the people like this who ruined Perl for everybody else. Perl was a fantastic language if you wrote it simply and cleanly, but they didn't. Engineers like this wrote Perl like this. They would use the regular expression unnecessarily. They would do all kinds of things. Believe me, I've done it too. And then they would look down on everybody else because they didn't understand it. You just don't understand it. Can you please give me some documentation for that? No. The code is the documentation. Go read it. Well, I can't read it because it's overly complicated. That's your problem, not mine. Bye-bye. People like that do not last. I will tell you that right now. A quicker way to do it, and you can improve it, I'd be more than willing to learn it. And can prove it, be more than willing to learn it. Well, I don't... See, this is the thing. See, this is another thing, too. Okay, smarty pants. This is another reaction from an engineer like this. So you have people, they're so smart, right? And they're like, dude, this is overly complicated, blah, blah, blah. And they go, oh, yeah? Oh, really? Oh, really? You're saying you can do it simpler, huh? Huh? Do it. Show me. Prove it. Like, what's going on? Why are you hugging me?
Because I can.
My wife is hugging me for some reason. Learning takes time and I still suck. Yes. People like that go back to school and get an MBA and come back as a product manager.
Oh boy.
So, suffice it to say...
And that's why nothing will change no matter what job you get, as long as you work at home. Because I can randomly come
Yeah.
to you whenever I feel like.
You can.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing indeed. I like it. It calms me down from bad engineers. They're talking down a pretty nice person based on a makefile. I'm sure it's a pretty nice person. I don't even know the person, first of all. So you guys understand this has one of the reasons you can be sure that this isn't a personal attack is I don't even know who wrote this. I'm attacking a bad makefile and an engineer indirectly, I suppose, who wrote this bad makefile. They're a perfectly fine human being. This has nothing to do with them as a human being. Please do not conflate my criticism of this makefile with this person. But I'm telling you where I have seen these kind of files pop up in the past. All right, I didn't mean for this to be a rant, but this has to be ranted about. This is crazy. Guys, give me a hug. Yeah. And so let me just say this. If you, and this goes for me too, right? It's really hard because you don't want to dumb down what it is you're doing unnecessarily, right? If it is still the best possible way to do it, like using a makefile, then do that. But there's always going to be better ways. And I promise you that this engineer one day will look back at this code and go, "Oh my God, what was I thinking?" Because I do it too. We all do it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. We should let him grow. And by the way, if I said fire, right, I probably wouldn't. And not over this. I wouldn't fire him over this. I would try to help him understand. But if they said, no, show me, do it yourself, I would say, okay, now you're gone. If I told them, I said, look, you need to come back to me with something that's simpler, something that a junior engineer can understand that doesn't unnecessarily invoke subshells. And they're like, how do I do that? I'm like, go figure it out. I can't figure it out. Goodbye. That's why being an autodidact is so important. If somebody, the problem I was getting a little annoyed with is that most of the people like this, if you tell them that this is really bad, they'll get defensive. They'll say, well, tell me what it is that's right then. And they'll test you and see if you know how to do it better. And they want you to immediately drop everything and teach them how to do it and prove to them that their stuff sucks. And I don't have time for that. In fact, a lot of times I would have hired you to do it this other way. And it's not my job to help you write clean code. So, it's my job to tell you when your code is dirty and then go do better. And then you go keep trying and you iterate and you have to learn on your own. And, no one's going to baby you. Yeah. You expect me to write good code? So I'm actually really glad that I'm going through this, believe it or not. This does have personal value for me because this proves that I could do this. I have a feeling that this, look, I am not being mean personally. Look, once again, I don't even know who this person is. I'm sure they're a fantastic human being. And I'm kind of glad that I don't know what it is because then you would think I was personally attacking them. I'm not. I'm attacking the code. Okay? And when you have 1, 2, 3, 4 subshells within the first 10 lines, you know you have a problem. Just to get a freaking date. Oh my God. Okay, so all right, enough of that. I almost don't want to run that on my system. Do you know why I like to look at source before I run it on my system? That's why. Because I can. A lot of people don't, right? So they just go for it and just run it. It's another thing too is it's someone who doesn't understand Go because otherwise they would have at least considered Go generate. And Go generate is built into it, so that would have been a way to go with it. Let's see what's looking there. Go mod. Oh, 1.13 or higher, which is pretty standard. This is why you should always trolling someone. My feeling is it was a highly technical engineer who was under a time constraint who did Hacktoberfest. Either that or somebody who's just pretty junior but a skilled junior. That would be my assumption, but I don't know. Just the name choice already is got me wondering. Let's see. Got the survey stuff. Perfect example in a beautiful makefile. Oh, you got a good one there? Yeah. So, Mac, I think it's fair. You guys go look at a good makefile. Go see what a good makefile looks like. So that's fair. That's fair. Guys, I got 2 books right over there. One on GNU Make and one on the regular Make. I use Make all the time. I love it for the right things. But I find myself reaching for Make far less these days because the rebuilding something is not a big deal. And now that everything is statically linked, a lot of things are statically linked. The idea of building a dependency and compiling it and then linking it is kind of boomer. Sorry, Mac, it is. It doesn't cost anything to rebuild everything and to link on the fly. Modern languages, Rust, Go, Crystal, Julia, they statically link. And so they don't need this dependency on what, the old days what Make would do is you'd compile all of the little libraries that, -A's or whatever, and then you would link all those together and then you would get either static thing or you would actually publish all those libraries and then your main program would actually dynamically link in all that stuff when it ran, and it's much more efficient on memory and disk space and everything. It is more efficient, but these days it's a waste, because these days you've got almost unlimited memory in comparison. I know you shouldn't ever think that way, but statically linking a binary is no big deal. And so the whole premise that drove the creation of Make is not a thing anymore. And it's kind of boomery thinking. And that's why all the modern languages are all statically linked. They're like, we don't care. And that just makes it much easier to build, because you don't have a lot of interdependencies that have to be built at all. So anyway, in the case of Java, because Java still has jar files, it still makes sense, right? And they have interdependencies between the jar files and stuff. So that does make sense. HashiCorp version. Width. Wow. Oh God. Cobra. I hate Cobra. And that lists the modern languages. Just. I haven't taken a look at C99 motion. I should probably look at that. No, I don't think Make's going anywhere in the C world, because it's so hard grained into the culture. You know. And that's fine. Wait, what's going on here? Why do they have a replace line in a production file? GraphQL. Interesting. That's interesting. Very interesting. So I've never seen a replace line used in a production file, and what they're doing here is I'm getting sidetracked on spelunking through tech. This is how you learn. And this looks like when they built the project, they had a dependency on SureCool GraphQL, and then they decided to fork their own copy of it. And so after they forked their own copy and probably modified it somewhat, they replaced any references to anything in the entire, all of this dependencies and everything, with a link to that, that's a pretty interesting and informed usage of replace, which is normally just used during the debugging and building process when you're working on two projects at the same time or something like that. Packages. That's super cool. I'm glad I looked through that. I learned something from these guys, so that's cool. I'm not just going to slam them on their make file. You feel the build time differences in the microcontroller projects that I work on involve hundreds of C files. You are assuming you don't build libraries, which we do. Right. Also, it is so simple to avoid rebuilding in Make, but most don't understand how to structure it right, and it fails. This is true. Even in the microcontroller, there are hundreds of C files. Yeah, but do you have to build every one of those C files? You do, right? So it might be actually, Mac, I think it might be a factor related to C in general, and I think that's interesting. I mean, you know more C than I do, clearly, I know. So let me just think about that. Build utils on small apps. Mac builds whole systems, including OSs, different bubbles. Yeah. I don't just build small utilities, by the way. You see me build small utilities here. All of the big work I've done, you'll never see on stream. Nor will you when I do more big work, because I can't stream it. It's too big. Yeah, I built enterprise applications that manage 52,000 servers and my own network protocols that had, at least over, 6,000-7,000 lines of code and stuff. I've built big projects. You'll just never see them. So, and I use Make for some of those. Particularly, I use Make, particularly when I was building RPM files from our source code. So Make definitely has Matt, I have a question though. In a compile operation, a stat operation? Well, I completely agree with that. But okay, so let me think about this for a second. So this is more a factor of the language, I have a feeling. So help me understand this. So if you have, because C tends to be a bunch of individual files, and those all individually have to be compiled, correct? And then those things have to be linked together to get a static, or you can choose not to do a static and get a dynamic. That's a fair assessment of how you're building C these days, right? And that's probably important for the viewers at home to understand. Okay, then I'm completely with you. See, this is actually why Go was built. You can hear Rob Pike talk about this. The fact that you have to build each individual C file, as opposed to sending all of those files to a single compiler. I mean, am I missing something? You can't do that, right? My memory is, it's been a while since I've done C, but my memory is that you can't send like a dozen files to the compiler at the same time and get one linked library out of it, or one .a file, whatever, object file out of it. Is that right? You can't. You have to compile each file independently. And if that's true, then make is not going anywhere. Because, yeah, you can bundle any group of object files and create a library. That's true. But you'd have a different compile line, right? You'd have to list all those files on the GCC line or something, right? Each one of those files would have to be linked, and then you'd have a -o file, and that's how you'd pull all of them together, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a language thing, but for Go, for sure, you would never do that. That's an anti-pattern to do that. Yeah, because everything goes into this single compiled, object file, if you want to call it. That's nobody calls it that in Go, but that's what it is, right? The output, the executable, or the library file, or whatever. Actually, there's no library file. You just have the packages, right? So yeah. Yeah, if you're doing C, makes a lot of sense still, because it's kind of built. I don't think yeah. Video about Rust is 40K views, yay. Also didn't contract COVID. How's it going on, you boy? Good to see you. I was surprised about how many positive comments I got on the Rust video. You can mix and match as you like. By the end of the day, you still needed to stat all the files, so in case you modify a C file, it'll be retrigger rebuild of the C file of static file. Yeah. So Mac, I mean, thanks for the reminder. I think there is this feeling, and I remember TJ writing about it a little bit. There's this feeling that you could write as change detection, right? Yeah, I get change detection, but change detection, this is the part that you might not know about. The other modern languages they're far less impacted through having something changed in the mix, because they have to statically build the whole thing anyway. Oh yeah, change detection, of course, is an important system, but not in Go. And makefiles in this case would be that's a fail, because it already has it built into the compiler. You don't have to redo it. It does it for you under the hood. And so that's why it doesn't make sense for a Go project. You saw makefile starting to pop up the dialogue goes like this: make is better than a full-blown build system. And I agree with that. But sometimes you can get away with a shell script or just a Go generate file. It really depends on the language, and I think that's my conclusion I'm coming to, is it depends on the language, and C really, really needs that level, of statting files and saying I only want to build these things, because that's sort of the paradigm that's always been there. And so yeah. That stuff's all built into Go, by the way. So if you have a package makes any change, if you do a clean, it'll do that, and it'll go get a fresh package for you. So yeah, it automatically detects if there's a change when you do a Go build, which is why a makefile doesn't make sense in a Go project of that kind. So, but for C, yeah, I guess I could see it really making sense, particularly if you've got thousands. That's like Linux or something like that, right? So yeah. I mean, that just so everybody, the audience out there knows, that's why Go was created. It's exactly, you can go watch the Rob Pike video. Rob Pike, there's a video from Rob Pike being interviewed at KubeCon, I think. And no, it was, no, it was a different one. And he says that they joke about the idea for creating Go. They had the idea for making Go while they were waiting for a C compile to build. At Google, they have processes where if they make any change, it takes over 20 hours to rebuild the code. So in that case, Makefiles and C failed miserably, C++ actually. And they were like, we need something that compiles faster. We need a modern language, strictly typed language, and that's where Go came from. So that's why, by the way, they're also really, really sticklery about compilation speeds. They won't slow compilation down for any reason. So they don't have to go through a whole file like they have to do with macros. They can just, that's why import certain things have to be at the beginning of the file, and they were able to really optimize the compiler by learning all the quirks from writing tons and tons and tons and tons of C code over the years. And of course they had, right, having been involved with the creation of Linux and C in the first place, and written their own operating systems in it. So that's where they came out with Go. And it's one of the reasons I really like it too, by the way, because of that obsession for compiler efficiency, which the Go project has always had from the beginning. It's different. It is. The Go files, if they had changed, be similar to the ones. No, it's not. It's not anything the same, Mac. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's totally different. It's just totally different because all the files automatically are always put into the same thing. There's no distinction between the files. Faster compile time is no argument against Make. It is only a scale factor. I think compile times. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not going to argue that with you. I'm just telling you. Pike and Ken Thompson, the creators of Unix and Plan 9 and UTF-8, decided that C had to go. That C and Makefiles were done, that they had their day, and they replaced them. And so when you see a Makefile in a Go project, you have to ask yourself, why are you using a Makefile? End of debate. I mean, that's from the creators, and I'll take the opinions of Ken Thompson and Rob Pike over MacGyver any day. I love you, and you're a great C programmer. I don't know. Go figure it out. I'm not going to tell you. They're using Go. They're using Go and Go Generate. So, I want to go back to what I was doing. But if you want to go learn more about why, go do some research on that and study. Actually, you probably go hear Pike talk about the problem with Make and the problem with C and stuff like that. And they don't slam on it by any means. They're just describing the situation. And it's one of the reasons I like Go so much. We are just trying to I'm just trying to build this product right now. So that's what got me down this rabbit hole, is what made me choose it over Rust as my preferred ecosystem. And I need something faster than Node. JS Bear, I completely agree with you. And I was using Node. And people don't, know that, but I was using Node for a while there. And I was really infatuated with Julia for a while too. So I never really got into it, but so the hyper pedantic, approach to Go's compiler just is just absolutely amazing. I love it, and that's why a lot of people give it a first look, including Dennis. Dennis was like, oh, because Rob Pike, like literally that's the only reason you want to look at Go. I want to just make this thing, and if I'm just going to run the make file, I can do that. But James is GitHub on the command line, brings pull requests and a bunch of other great things. And by the way, this is a great project, whether or not I like a make file. So we're going to do that. Oh, why would you do this? No, they don't know Markdown. You know how many times I run into people who don't know Markdown? Like this right here. Don't need to do that anymore. This is a local link to a chapter heading, so that's, you don't need that. You can do that, but that's how they decided to do it. So the better way to do that, by the way, is to actually do it properly and put an anchor link there. But whatever. Install. There's good old Mac ports and stuff. I already read this in the HTML version, so I don't need to read it. All right, so what am I doing? I'm just gonna go for the make here. I want to see what's in CMD first, though. Gendocs GH main. I wonder if I can get away with this. Probably not, but I'm gonna try anyway. I'm just trying to see. This is really all they needed to do, but we'll see if they do it this way. My fan's on. That's pretty fast for all the dependencies it has. Ugh, fatigue color module. I hate it. Goldmark. They're using Goldmark. Goldmark is hands down the best Markdown compiler out there right now. Hugo actually migrated to it, and I actually read you and Goldmark. It saw some eccentricities inside of it, but it's overall it's really good. I used it to kind of learn about how I wanted to write my own parsers, and you can learn a lot about writing a parser by reading it. There is some stuff in there that I don't particularly like, but that doesn't matter. And so yeah, that's all it took. I didn't even need to run the make file, guys. Not at all. So watch, I now have a GH command. Oh, that's my own GH command. Let's see. Let's see if it actually put it in the other. You know what? Let me. That's one that I wrote, so I want to move it. Let me see where I could put that. Yeah, top files. Actually, let's do this in a different window. And SV for the sake of it, to see how fast the compiler is. Yeah, dude, it is so fast. I know. And you know what? The other languages will never be as fast. The syntaxes of the other languages has cursed them forever to shitty compile times, particularly Nim. Nim is such an interesting language. I'm not bagging on it, but man, its compiler's got to take forever. And let's see. Okay, give me a second here. I thought I was in the right place. Am I still in the right place? Yeah. All right. So dot files, scripts. So I had made this GH tool. This is like one of many. That this is not even the beginning of it. I have that old one out here somewhere. But I'm just gonna move that. I don't even really need that anymore. I don't think. GH to old GH. And it was really great using the API just from the shell scripts. But then they came out with this cool thing that said, here's the compiler that was put together by monkeys. That's I'm with you, OmniBoy. Again, I don't think I could agree more fully with that statement. It's, yeah. Yeah, when I go for a language, I want a language that's been written by someone who's written their own operating systems and been obsessed with compilers and had a hand in building the original C language. That's the kind of person I want to trust, you know. So let's see. There we go. So, yay! So I actually didn't have to do anything. I just went ahead and did a build and install. I'm glad that worked. Hey, look, we can create an issue. That's kind of cool. Man, so this is the wonderful world of the GH tool, which I have never really used. I'm looking forward to getting to learn it a lot more, particularly now that I've decided to put all of my code on GitHub. As sad as that makes me, I really want to GitLab to do better, but they're not. So I have a video on that in Tools of Technologists. That's the playlist for that kind of stuff. All right. Well, what I was really doing before I got solely sidetracked was I was trying to make a repo for what it is we're doing here. And happy using GitHub. Well, I've used GitHub for years, so I haven't been using it every day recently, but yeah, I've really liked it so far. So I'm gonna go back into GitHub and decide what to call this thing and where to put it. This is just gonna be a little compiler package. I don't know if I should put this as its own package or if I should put it inside of the tool that I have. So for right now, rather than stress about it, I'm just going to make a standalone package in my personal repo for this stuff. And so right. So I'm trying to think of what I would call it. What it is something that's going to just parse the metadata. It's kind of a pandoc thing as well. I don't know what to call the library. That's what I'm trying to think of. Call it the package library. It's all it's doing is parsing the critical searchable metadata from the file. So the title, the subtitle, tags, headers, and such. So what we call that? I would want to say meta, but it's not really meta. It's like MD search, I guess. I mean, at some point I might put other stuff in there. How about MD summarize? I think that's a checksum. MD summarize, MD parse, whatever. I mean, when I was originally doing this, I was going to call it mim markdown or mimMD. But if I do that, I'd be writing the whole parser for that. I probably should do that. MD sum is already a thing, I know. I don't know. Because if I have any reference to the mim stuff, this is hard. Picking names is hard, man. If I have any reference to the MimWorks stuff, then I should probably put the whole project under the MimWorks project, and I don't want to do that yet. So all it is doing, and this goes for any Markdown that has these things. So this would work. This is one of the reasons I don't want to lock it down inside of some other thing, because somebody might want to use this package independently. Again, all it is titles and headings. I would say parse. Let's see. Parse MD. No, we can't do that because MD sum has a meaning already. Parse meta. Parse headings. Parse titles. What is the word for that stuff? Is it meta? Parse MD meta. How about that? So no, we want the entry function to be mdmeta.parse. That's what I want. Yep, let's do that. Make directory mdmeta. And then what? So I always like to start with a README just cause. Actually, you know what? I used in the old workflow before, did this. I would create a directory and then I would do a git commit and then it would automatically create the directory because GitLab does that automatically. And so I'm going to need to do that with GH now. Oh, look at that. They had They built completion in. What? Wait a second. Wait a second. They did dash C, those good people. Oh, I gotta go read this now. I have to go read this. Do you know what this means? Does that mean Cobra supports tab completion now? Which one is it? Which one lists all the completions? Listing completions. I forget the name of it. Programmable completion. I want to see this. There's a way to look at all your completions. I think what this means is that GH itself has got support for its own completion, which I actually opened a ticket against Cobra on that, and I think they might have added it. So that's why I'm curious. When a word is built with blah blah blah, complete is used. If those searches generate results, comp spec -d. When the FD ignored, use the file name. So we need to find. Actually, we need to find the complete command. God damn it. Okay. Complete. Come on, where are you? It's like it's an actual command. That's why I'm looking for the left side. I could probably do a line beginning. Nope. What could I search for that's more? I wonder if this. I haven't used this. Nope. Nope. That's not a thing. Complete command. We got that. I want to look at all of the listed completions. Anybody know it? I probably could figure it out. I just need to see. I want to list all of the completions. Wait. I'd rather not say what I just discovered. If you saw that, though, you saw it. I don't see a GH in here. There it is. All right. That's actually really cool. That means that the GH tool has built-in command completion that completes itself, and that is exactly what I opened the ticket on Cobra over. So either it was added in the last little while, or it was always there. That's super good to know. I really, really like that. That makes me want to go spelunking through. You know what? I'm going to make a note about this, because I want to go look. I don't know why I have a problem with MRC. I keep talking about it. Discovered today on accident that oh god, I cannot type today. The GH command from GitHub has built-in tab completion with complete dash C GHGH like I have for CMD tab. I opened a ticket on this on but it might have already been there. I really need to go spelunking through the Cobra code. Excuse me, Cobra code to see if there is a comp line defined anywhere within it. If so, that would be a good thing, even though this scaffolding required to create commands that use Cobra is still but ugly. So anyway, that was a good discovery there. It's taking forever because I have this. This is one of the reasons I'm doing all of this. I'm reorganizing my knowledge base because I have all of my notes for an entire year in one file, so it takes a little longer to build than normal. Plus, I'm also doing an RSS generator, feed generator, which I'm going to drop. I don't want to support that anymore. There's only like 2 people that were using it, so we got to come up with a better RSS solution. That RSS generator is taking way too long. It's all shell, but all right. So what? So do we move it? Oh, I delete it. So GH, and we can tab and do build. How about create? That's interesting. You know what? It's still Bork. It's totally Bork. Guys, it's Bork. Damn it. It could have been so good too. Oh well. SourceForge. I don't know. I think GitLab's still gonna have some. I think GitLab's still got a few years left in it. Personally, I believe GitLab's gonna die unless it takes over the corporate market. But the biggest conclusion there is that I still can stop bothering us. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think GitLab's going to lose its hold on the enterprise market, and I don't like saying those words. I did a whole video on it, 2.5 hours. It is slow. It is really slow. Yeah. So GH, I'm going to guess create. See, it has tab completion, but it doesn't have good completion. Oh gosh. Okay, fine. I'm going to have to get rid of it. GH completion dash shell. Ah, there we go. This is a Cobra thing. And with the dash S. Do I really have to push a dash S there? All right, well, there you go. So this is their solution, by the way. I'm going to have to play by their rules, even though I don't like it. Their rules state that thou shalt put an eval in your shell RC. How's it going? Migrated to hub? Oh, I don't think so. Where did it say that? In your video, but it's 2+ hours. I'm looking for a TLDR. Of what? Oh, the GitHub? It doesn't have informed completion. I actually think it does have informed completion. The problem, so, yeah. It doesn't have it built in, which I think it would be nice, but it has this other option, and this was on the ticket, by the way. I want to make sure that you're right on this, Leo. If it is GitHub, we got to go look. So I just I just downloaded the latest thing and I installed it, and it installed GH instead of Hub. So maybe that's deprecated. There is no Hub. So I want to say you might be looking at a different product, Leo. There was a Python script called Hub for a long time. I think that's the one we're talking about. And that's probably why they made him change the name, because there's a GH coming. This is the official command line written in Go by the GitHub team. And so I think that, I think that might be the old one. That's what's going on. Because there's nothing more definitive than literally downloading the source code and installing it, and it did not install a hub. So that would answer that one for us. But again, what are we doing here? So, okay, so this is really, really annoying. This is the standard way to add bash completion to your own stuff. I can put it in my bash rc directory for completion, or I can put it in here. And one of the standard ways for doing this, I got to get rid of this one now. You can use complete-c if the program knows how to complete itself, which I think everything should know how to do. Then you don't have to do this horrible violation of stuff. What are we reading here? Bottom of GH, yeah. That helps, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, GH is way better. This new one is so much better so far for everything I've read about. I would never touch stuff. It always bothered me that I had to use that stupid freaking Python script before. I wouldn't. I could do better by writing my own shell script. So complete. Nope, I have to do this instead. I have to do eval. GH completion -- bash. And now I should be able to do, nope, it's still the Bork one. Oh wait, I know why. I still have the old one. Yeah, there we go. I have to remove the complete line. Dang it. Complete. Grab GH. Yeah, it's still there. I need to clear it. How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to clear it. No. 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 Why do they think? I'm gonna have to look it up. What if I just do this? What if I just do GH like that? How about reset? I'm totally guessing. Unset. I don't know. I'm guessing because it's going to take me longer than searching. Oh, well, I think I just broke something. So, complete -RU. Thank you. I've never done it, so. Are you silly? Oh gosh. I'm like trusting you, Mac. Don't mess with me. No completion specification. Oh god damn. This is why people it was dash R. There you go. Yep, that was it. So now when we do GH, so exec bash, give me a new bash. I wonder, let's see if it actually said it. Yep. Oh, I know what's going on. Never mind. Yeah, this is my bad. This is my bad. Where's my... It's my bad. I know, I have to rebuild my bash RC. Yeah, I have to I have to build that stuff. You're like, you have a build process for your bash RC? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. How's it going, Ilamatino? One of those, exactly. I knew it was coming. So I didn't want to talk about it. I'm okay when Mac's not beating me up. Nice. See that? It is pretty good. I like it because it's kind of understandable. Did you get to the game part yet? Elementino, when you do the game, let me know. It's got a C. There's a C engine for writing games that looks pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, it's not the first thing you would reach for to make a game, but I just thought that was kind of cool that there is even one that exists. So this is annoying because this means that for every new program, no, it's not supposed to, Reared, and that's the that's why I'm annoyed, because Cobra is annoying because it doesn't know how to do completion properly, as you just saw. And oh wow, yeah. Come in. Bash shell aliases functions. Nope. Oh, I have completion in a different file. All right, so GH completion sh bash more. So here you go. Bash completion file. So comp reply, blah blah. It uses a comp reply too, which is just bleh. Ugh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Local shell file. Oh my god, this is so bad. People don't know how to write shell code. Really? My god. I'm trying to stay positive here. This is Cobra. Just more evidence of how much Cobra sucks. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so bad. You could have done all this just inside of the program instead. No, Cobra is this stupid commander that everything uses. Ugh. Oh my god. They're nesting functions just for completion. They want me to stick all of that in my bash RC just to do completion. This is so stupid. I don't have words for this. It's so unnecessary, all of this. I have completion in like a few lines of Go code. It's like maybe 100 lines, and they didn't need to do any of this if they had done dash C properly. But I think there might be something going on besides this that's better than this, thank God. This is so bad. I just can't. Hey, come on, I'm trying to learn Go. This isn't procrastinating. I'm writing Go. Go watch something else. I'm trying to get completion so that I can get the GH tool to work. You can come back and watch it if I don't get to it in time. Look, all I want to do is do file completion on the commands. That's it. So I'm just trying to set up the GH tool so it works on my computer. Oh. All right, so here we go. So, yeah, it can become, but this is unnecessary. First of all, because they don't even need to do this with shell at all. They could have just done all of this in the program itself, and people don't think about that anymore. I can't even believe this. This is how many lines is this file? You seeing this? That's insane. It's totally insane. I just won't do that. That's totally completely bork. See, it almost does completion right. That I have completion off. I wonder if it looks for an environment variable to do the completion properly. Anyway, I'm going to be left with Julius just doing. I wonder if they wrote a man page. No. Well, okay, so yeah, this is probably why you need to do the make. No, that's probably in the make file. I don't want to put it in Etsy completion D. No, I won't do that. That's like, what are you, 1998? You don't need to do that anymore. Now, I refuse to tarnish my system with a bunch of unnecessary bash completion scripts. So there, you can do that if you want. I'm not. That's like boomer completion. Nobody does that anymore. It's built into Cobra, unfortunately. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to fuck up my system that way. So if that means that I have to do it the other way, or if I have to fix the bug, or I have to fork the project, so be it. I'll do any of those things, but I'm not doing that. If this is my own system, if this was a business system and I had to do it the standard way, then I would do it. I absolutely guarantee that if I were to run the make file, it would do all of that and it would all be in the right place. And then everybody can just say, stop your complaining and use it the way it was intended. I guarantee if I were to run the make file, it would say you need to do this as root, and it would say you need to put your man page here, you need to put your completion here, because as we've been doing for years, it's unnecessary now. We don't need to do that anymore. And I don't want to do that. So there. So like, here's a tool that actually gets how to do this. This is my auth tool. It has built-in help, no man page required, in color, and it uses command tab, which is now I just really have to finish command tab because it's so much better. It's just so much better. And let's stick with where we are. So I'm gonna stop messing around with completion. I'm just gonna have to read the docs on it. So let's do GH help, which should work. Yep, there we go. Hey, look, they got bold. Good for them. And this is standard for Go, by the way, to just print stuff out to standard output without any color or anything. It does sort of look like a man page, but they could have done better. Some people don't like color, I get it, but no reason not to do color now. All of man does. As all of man pages have color in them if you activate it. A lot of people don't know how to activate man page colors. It's in my bash RC if you want to look for that. So I'm really grumpy today. I got off on the wrong foot. I probably need to eat some food. I'm not this grumpy during my beginner boost stuff. I got really grumpy because I'm just tired of encountering bad tech, and bad tech means tech I don't agree with, I guess. So whatever. But anyway. So let's go back to where we were. We're in this thing. We're trying to make a directory. I'm trying to make a directory using the GitHub. I mean, obviously, I could have done this using the graphic interface. It would have been done an hour ago. But I want to learn the new GH tool, because long term it's going to be the thing to use. So I don't like using graphic interfaces for anything. So I'd rather go through an hour of ranting and raving about how bad all that other stuff is and learn about how to use the command line tool than the alternative. So yep, there's nothing there, no completion. So I can't do a man page, so we'll do help, and we're going to search for how to complete a. That's odd. How's it going?
Good. My evil plan is coming together.
Which evil plan?
The modeling plan. She's on board.
Is she?
And then I was like, I've been reaching out to people who could hire her. And then I also found this site in the Charlotte figure drawing group.
Yeah.
Someone had referred, Miriam had referred to 2 sites that do virtual, and they're actually
Yeah.
pretty good. And then I sent her Max the link so she could see.
Is she?
But I'm also like, oh, these sites are really good. I can use them to draw as well.
Well, okay, but is she, okay. That's cool. I can't
I know.
give details. I'll be doxing
And
her.
Mark bought the house he's renting, and he's thinking of setting up a small group at his house.
Mark. Oh, really?
Broker.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I'm gonna take a break here in a bit. Talk to my wife about this. Some cool developments on the art front. Come on. I still have some GH binding going on. I don't know what's going on. Dosage file. Oh. Right, got that. So I need to unmap that. There we go. GH to more. Let's get it. I'm going to create a thing here and we'll get going. GH command, subcommand flag. Core commands. Why do they put colons after those? Just issue PR, release repo, create. Okay, there we go. GH repo, create. Then what? To authenticate, place one GH auth login. All right. GH. Please don't make me do what I think it's going to make me do. What login account do you want to use? GitHub Enterprise? Do you have that? Oh my gosh. This was definitely like a Hacktoberfest. Login. How would you like to authenticate? Paste in an authentication token. Log in with the web browser. I don't know. Let's try. Oh, this is crazy. You guys are gonna have to go through this on your own. It's not login. I don't need to remember my login. Oh wow, this is cool. They did a different form of OAuth here. That's very interesting. Yeah, you guys will have to go through that. It's pretty cool. They're doing a different form of OAuth authentication. That's some code I want to read right there. That's a kudos to them on that. They created a temporary code just for this, and it's not the same. If you know anything about OAuth, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool little thing they did there. See if I got it right. Oops, I got one wrong here. I'm almost there. I'll probably be back with you in a sec. All right. Wow, this is really cool. Authorize GitHub. Password. I have to enter my password. They had, the thing that's cool about that is they didn't do 3-prong. They did they have to provide an additional code in addition to the they did it kind of backwards. They gave you the code first instead of giving you a code that you can intercept later. If you know OAuth 3-prong authentication, that might make sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and look up this and look up. I have to. Yeah, this is a good authentication scheme that they have going on. Congrats, I'm all set. Please enter, continue. Choose the Git protocol, SSH, of course. Okay, so I have to clear my screen now. I can probably show you what's going on. I guess we'll see. Otherwise I'll have to change my token. All right, so are you over there complimenting people? Who, me? I sometimes compliment people. GH repo create. Oh wow, it's interactive. That's interesting. Huh. Oh wow, that's kind of cool. Did you guys see that? So this is the first time I've used the command line tool. I should probably do a video just on that. One of the things I'm liking about it so far is that it detects your current directory. That's kind of cool. So that's good because that's kind of like what I was doing before. Let me see how many of these I have. I don't have any. Okay. So cd into GitHub. Whoops. cd.github.com. This is how I organize my repos so that I know where things are. RWX ROM. So I'm going to put this package in here for now. I already made a directory, so now I can do that again. I can make a directory called, what did we decide? MD meta. cd and MD meta. And we're going to make a directory. And we're going to use the GitHub tool now that I know what it's going to do. Repo create. And it will actually detect the directory name if I have the right one. Now the reason for all of this is because I still have stuff set for, there we go. All right, so gh repo create in here. Not a git repo. Does that mean I have to do git in it? Oh wait. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I thought we moved that thing. Huh. Interesting. So I guess it's not as smart as I thought. So you do still have to do a git init. There we go. Now I bet it will do it. Yep. All right. That's nice. So we have to do a git init first. We found out. MD meta. You better not give me a token on my screen. You know what? I don't trust it because I've never done this before. So give me a second. I don't want it to like spam my token to the screen. Unexpected escape sequence, it says. All right, meta description. Wow, you can actually write your description. All right, not doing that. Visibility, public or private. They have internal now? I didn't know they had that. Public. This will create meta in your metadata in your current directory. That's stupid. Because we're already in the directory. That was really dumb. That was really dumb. So, lesson learned. Abuse your tokens. We are angels. Yeah. So the thing that really annoys me about that whole interactive process is that it did that really cool thing where it detected my Git and my repo. It will create it in the directory, but it does the right thing actually. Oh, have you done that before, Michael? I hope you're right, dude. It did. It did the right thing. So that's a bug. Hey, somebody go submit a bug on that and then get it. It's a super easy fix, and then you can be a contributor. That's like a tiny little annoyance, right? So create empty meta in your current directory. Continue, yes. But it did the right thing. You're absolutely right. It did the right thing. I don't even know what you're saying, Kiwi Bytes. Does somebody need to ban Kiwi Bytes? Do we need to ban Kiwi Bytes? I think we probably have to. Do that again and you're out of here. Okay, so let's kill this. And let's see, ls. And what we're going to do after that? We're going to say, oh, it is a some dumb person. So, ban. I wonder if my ban script is still working. I think it is. Let's try that. Oh, I need to just do my Twitch user is not set. Twitch _user equals RWX Rob. I don't remember if it spits a token or not, so I'm gonna take it. Does not. It's not supposed to, but so let's do that. $Twitch. I thought I had that set. Guess not. Twitch user. Twitch user equals usage ban. Reason dumbass. Alright, so I don't know if it went through, but we'll find out. Did it work? Can anybody else confirm? Will you cover the box element? I will be covering everything that's in the book. And the book only. Unless it's something that needs to be covered that's not in the book, and then we'll try to find the right place to put it. I don't do BEM stuff in general. So let's try something. So export Twitch user equals alright, then we can do I can't I can remove the chat, but I just want to make sure the ban works. This is something I added rather recently. So ban Twitch or banned or something. Cannot iterate over null. I didn't get it. Dang it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a different thing. Deleting him. Somebody want to go into the Twitch? I lost my moderators from before, so yeah. I'm pretty sure he's on the ban list now. So I have to clean that up. They changed the API, and I haven't changed that stuff yet. So I don't. It might have. I think it's a different. I think it's a different function. We can go confirm it just really quick if you guys want to see. Twitch.tv. Television. Channel. Turn my voice off here so you guys don't go crazy. Where's my band stuff? Band stuff. Welcome to the chat room. Where is it? I don't even remember. You remember the last time I was here? It was like, well, I was there because I was doing some minor cleanup. But, yeah. Not seeing a thing here. Anyway. How do you see? Okay, got it. Got it. Ban. Whoops. Permanently ban user from the chat, or we could do unban. I wonder if that'll like do a completion. No, it doesn't do it. What? I'm going to take a break here in just a bit and come say hi to you after I get done with all this other stuff. I want to list all the people that are banned. You can like do that. I can't remember which one it is. It's like raid, list, slow, subscribers, untime, user, VIP, block, unblock, color, help me, mods, VIPs. Oh, guess not. I have a thing that shows you all the people who have been banned on my side, but oh well. Miluba. No, I took it out of mine. It doesn't show it anymore. Right? I think it must have been because it was already there. So, yeah. Some people just don't care to learn. They would just rather not learn anything. They'd rather just get like 2 seconds of fame and go back to their idiotic Plato caves. Mind giving me a quick overflow of what you're working on? I'm still a CS student, but I've started web dev on my own. Actually, no. I'm going to just keep working. You can try to figure it out. Is this a stream again about that old guy mumbling, rapping? Ha 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 ha. How's it going, Clementino? Welcome to the stream again. Where am I? All right, so we've got this thing here built now. And that was pretty nice. And so I've actually got to write the README, so maybe that will help out. We're finally getting down to the real stuff, but I'm going to take a break before I get going. So the README here is going to be, we'll call it MD, what we call it, MD Go Markdown Meta Parser. And so this sometimes you just want the metadata. Just want the metadata from a markdown file so that you can organize and store it in a way that can be searched. How's it going, Marco? By default, metadata for the purposes of this package is defined to be any of the following. Terminal is cut off at the top, but I heard what you typed. Which one? Which terminal? I mean, you can hear what I type, but it's like, yeah, you can't hear the actual thing. All right, so this is cut off? What are you talking about? Must be cut off in yours. I can see it. Go Markdown Meta Parser. Anybody else not able to see my whole screen? There should be a Go Markdown Meta Parser line on the top line. Okay, just checking. All right, so, okay, then we gotta do this. We'll say, thanks, Piotr. Hey, good to see you. Let's do this. So we want the title. I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna put the YAML title. YAML title, the YAML subtitle, YAML tags. Why is it doing that? I tell you what, I've done something to my VMRC and I don't know what it is, and it keeps completing stuff and doing things that it should never be doing. Subtitle, YAML tags. And I've been trying to decide whether we should do the YAML description or not. Description is defined to be, yeah, I'm going to put it in here. YAML description. And the problem with the description is that the description will have articles and stuff in it. And I would rather not do that. Yeah, I know. My VMRC is kind of mad at me. I don't know what I did. I did something to it recently. I don't think we're going to include the description or the summary or the abstract. The reason for that is because they include articles, and I don't want to mess with parsing articles and words from that just right now. So this is just really simple. Maybe I'll add it later, right? Tags are a no-brainer, right? So tags are, hi Heiko. Tags are things that can be found, and then so. Besides these main things, I also want to be able to look for headings. So headings, and that means we're going to use ATX style, which is just the pound signs. I'm pretty sure that's ATX headings. Markdown ATX headings. I'm not going to use the other kind, so I want you guys to understand what that means. I'm using a plugin that I forked and improved to. It's called the Vim Pandoc Markdown plugin. It's in my dot files, but yeah. List of banned users under chat options. Yeah, I remember seeing that. So. Markdown ATX headings. So we're going to go for, I want to make sure I got that terminology right. So there's ATX and there's setx headings in Markdown. ATX, I can't remember which one is which, so I'm looking that up real quick. ATX style headings may be optionally closed by adding trailering pound signs, which are ignored. Pound. So it is ATX. By the way, did you notice how I found that answer in under a second using links? Consider how long it would have taken me to find that answer had I used a graphic browser. I'm going to keep pointing that out because people keep giving me crap for using links to search for things. That's why I do it. And Markdown ATX headings, that means I don't want to support setx. So then what? And then actually that's it. I just want the title, the subtitle, the headings and the subheadings. See, these are the only things that I want to allow people to search for, and these are going to become keywords that can be searched. Hey, you can hear the doggy. Okay, and that's it. That's all I need to do. Now it's time to write the grammar. So that's the grammar we'll write for this to see what does that actually mean, right? And how are we going to parse that stuff out? And the reason I'm doing this is because this is really the main stuff that I need to parse out, kind of like fast forwarding my knowledge, my MemWorks, knowledge manager project, because I don't want to wait around for a full-blown parser that would parse everything. But I'm also realizing that I probably want multiple parsers depending on what I'm shooting for parsing. And this is, I could do this with grep and have done that in the past, but I don't want to do that. It is also important not to include anything within a code block, including Markdown that is a part, including Markdown. So if there's Markdown in a code block, I want to skip it. Okay. So I'm going to make a few assumptions. I'm going to make some assumptions that are going to be So for the sake of efficiency, we make certain assumptions based on the simple markdown constraints. Based on simple markdown constraints. And I'm going to link to those because I want to help people to understand what I mean by that. Because this is going to be a part of, you're not going to be able to use multiple ways of indicating a code block in my knowledge base MIMARK because it's wasteful, unnecessary, and confusing. So we're going to do this instead. Is your terminal? Yes. No. Why is it lagging a little bit for you? No, this is all on my own computer. rdbxgg/lang/md/simple, which we can go open right now, actually. So links rdbx.gg langmd simple, and here, oops, I think it might be basic. It is basic. Okay. Basic markdown. It's lagging. If it's lagging a little bit, it's. I mean, it's fine. It's probably just because my terminal and voice are out of sync. I imagine that's what's going on. Could be. Might be that too. So basic markdown. So that if you want to understand what I mean by that, just go see the basic markdown. I had to check that out though. So this is actually not basic. We make basic assumptions about the markdown in order to avoid unnecessary overhead and unnecessary redundancies. So there we go. I'm behind first guy with 56 views. Are you the one who was just banned and it didn't go through? I think you are. The worst views wins a gift. I'm pretty sure you are. Gotta make sure we get you banned properly, if that's who you are. Christmas tree lights. Oh, you're talking about a program. No, you're a different person. Never mind. No one's gonna help you with that. The one with the most views wins a gift. So create some automated Christmas tree lights. Yeah. See for how fast it is. It really prioritizes and lets me know right away how garbage I am at it. And spits in your face. Oh, you're not the one? Okay. I had a chance to compile it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. There was somebody being dumb the other day. So, constraints. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, this is a coding channel, so, I don't know. For the sake of efficiency, to make basic assumptions about the markdown constraints, we make basic markdown constraints in order to avoid unnecessary redundancies and overhead. So I need to list out what those are. How's it going? Most importantly, the identification of code blocks with all right, so that would mean this. So I guess we say triple back tick to begin and end all code blocks. We do, we can do a triple tilde to begin and end and code blocks. So that's another one. And then we do a quad 3 backticks, 4, let's see what we say, 3 tildes to begin and end code blocks, and 4 tildes to begin and end code blocks. The first 3 backticks is the most common. The others are to use when incorporating.
You're taking a break.
I am. When incorporating it's an accent grab, but it's called the backtick in popular speak. To use when incorporating Markdown into code blocks. Code blocks. All right, I'm going to take a break, but that's what we'll be making, and when I come back, I'll do the grammar for this. And so, yeah, go take a break yourselves and do whatever you want to do. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. So we'll just say save readme added. Oopsie. It is 2 or no? How is this not a GitHub repo? Git oh, I bet I know what happened. Git clone. Git pull. Oh, it doesn't have upstream set. Yep, that's what's going on. All right, git. If you wish to track information, you can do something. All right, when I come back, we're going to go ahead and save that properly. But you guys can chat away while I'm taking a break. I love that one. I love that. First, we have to convince people that the world is round. You should code and go. First, you need to understand that the world is round. Isn't a choice. Isn't a choose your own adventure game. Yes, Jenny. Jenny is very right. That's all really good stuff there from our group. I like this big bulky thing, but it makes me look like I'm fat. I look so fat in this sweatshirt. Yours is in fact roundish. I know it's not actually round, right? Yeah. Somebody always said that. Back to casual mode. I'm turning up the snow noise because it makes me happy. Evil C programs. Evil C++. Actually, I want to give the modern C++ a chance again. With some curves. The language not to drink. Ah. An 8-year-old could learn Java. Really? Yeah, I haven't. Look, you know, I modern C++ is probably worth a look. I don't know. Maybe they learned some of the lessons from the failure of class-based object-oriented programming. Maybe not. Who knows? I don't know. I won't know for a long time because I don't care. I need to set my origin here, and I forgot how to do that. Git set origin. God damn it! I need to get better at this. I actually have it stored somewhere. I still struggle with my Git skills. I don't work in an enterprise environment. I need to start, and so I need to get better at this. Add origin. We're not going to add origin. We're going to add origin here. Remote set URL. Yeah, did I get it right? I got it. Thank you very much. Yeah, RDX Rob GitHub / MD something. Mark. Is that right? No. MD Meta. Is it gonna work? We'll find out. So git add dash a dot git commit added readme .md. I'll put a period on the end. I'm trying to make good commits here. Oh, Minecraft is awesome. Minecraft is a great way to get going, but guys, yeah, get a Raspberry Pi 4 and do a Minecraft server on there, and then SSH into it and help them learn how to manage it and run a terminal multiplexer like Tmux or Screen. Yeah, it's one of the best ways to get people into Linux and cloud, basically. Minecraft is cloud. Running your own Minecraft server. You know what I mean? So yeah. Hey, it looks. Push, please work. Code Wars for teaching assembly. I've heard that's pretty. Or Core Wars. Jenny, what do you think of? Have you played Shenzhen? I played it a little bit, but I never really got into it. I did. The truth is, my stepson played it, and I've been watching him play it. Yeah. Git push set upstream origin master. Do I want to say master or main here? Am I supposed to say master or main? I think I'm supposed to say main these days. Am I not? Shenzhen.io, yeah. Is this gonna work? GitHub does main. I know, but I'm wondering if. So I just pushed master. I know they changed it. I know I think it's silly, but oh well. GitHub become artifacts from MD meta. You're free to force it to whatever name you want. Yeah. There's lots of other things that are called master that have nothing to do with racism. I completely agree with the intent. The intent I agree with, just not the actual thing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know why they're doing it. I just, you know. I mean, I don't want to get political. That'll be forgotten in 10 years. Yeah, either way. Yeah. Every time this comes up, I always try to track down the origins of the word master. I mean, there's a lot of other words that have really, really bad origins, you know? And that's really why I question it, you know? It's not politically correct anymore. I know, that's right. But I don't know. There are a lot of words that if you look closer at them that people just aren't aware of that are really, really bad. I mean, really bad, right? So, and I'm not even going to say some of them. Yeah. After I had a master in the main branch. Yeah. So I don't know if it actually does it automatically or not here. What I'm trying to figure out. So this now has a master as opposed to a. So this made master my default. I could have made it main. Renaming music and stuff. Yeah. They're hiding words for us to not be aware of what they're doing. I don't know what that means. It sounds like a plot line from. So actually, I'm sincerely curious here. I'm going to try to play around with this just to make. I again, I've told you I don't really buy into it, but I would just want to see what I would do if I had to change the name. If I had to do, I haven't renamed branches in a while. Can you rename branches in the command line? Let me go see. You probably know how to do this. You guys know more than I do. How to rename master branch in Git. I think you can do it just from the Git command line, right? Branch M master main. That's it. Wow. Well, there you go. Branch dash M master main. You have to push it, yeah. And then I just have to get rid of the other branch, right? So, which branch am I on? I'm on main, okay. Git push. Oh, that's interesting. So I need to do a set origin change probably, right? I bet you I do. Set upstream origin main. Yep, git push. Oh, that's interesting. What? To choose the other option permanently said push.default. Just to git push origin main. Origin main. But I want to change the default, right? It will take it both. Oh, it does take care of both. Interesting. Now I have two of them, two branches. Kant wants some words with you. This means I have two origins now, I think, because it actually did try to push two things at the same time. So I'm gonna have to remove the other one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have two branches now, which is fine. I'm learning about things. Yep, two branches. Because I did the other one, right? So now I have a master and a main. This one still says it's a default branch, which I find interesting. You sure I didn't add two? So why didn't it change this one to the default? Is the default set by the git command, or can I just add a? Oh, here we go. Change the default branch. Yes, that's a GitHub thing. All right, good to know. Good to know. So the new default is main update. I understand the update can break everything. Yes. So there you go. Yeah. All right. So we have. Yeah, this is kind of nice. So it should be all public. I'm just checking the results of the GH tag that I used. GH repo commit or create actually. So there's the code. Add file 7 minutes ago. Everything seems in order. It should be public. Yeah, public. No like locks on anything. Right now I can like start by writing a PEGN file next. So for these next few minutes, I'm going to be writing some PEGN. And this ought to get interesting. This is where I'm going to have to avoid the temptation to have composable PEGN files, because the first one is for YAML. So I'm going to write PEGN PEGN. So everything I'm about to do is described here. I don't want to get into the description of it right now. PEGN.dev. This is a language I'll be writing in that I've created that's based on a language from Brian Ford for defining the grammars of languages and of other languages, called meta language. So I'm going to call this, I don't know if I'm going to call it grammar. I'll probably call it MD meta dot PEGN. Yeah. So I talked to Mark about PEGLEG. PEGLEG is a great tool. It's a great C tool. Yep. Unfortunately, it's missing a lot of really important stuff like limits and ranges and things. That's why I made PEG. You can read about that on PEGN.dev. Yeah, I usually have to, and that's I wanted to be able to avoid that as much as possible. So the first thing I want to do here is I have to have my opener line, which I don't even remember my own syntax, so I'm going to go look at it. I make no claims. So grammars, in case you want to see a finished grammar, you can go on GitLab. I have all of this on GitLab. I need to move all this over to GitHub after making a conclusion the other day. But here's the spec. So README for this, version license, subtitle language, and stuff. And we can see what we got here. So I have grammar.PEGN here. I have been trying to make this have a consistent file that you can pull down. I think I'm going to follow that. It's something of a standard as to how you lay out your files so that each of the files can be used as a module in a sort of an import registry sense. And you can expect that there's going to be a grammar.PEGN file in there. And so this is MD meta is a grammar. So since it's a grammar, I'm gonna copy the other ones for that. So first thing I'm gonna do is change MD meta to grammar.PEGN. I don't, you know what? I don't like that. I'm gonna have to allow it because what happens is a lot of times these files get separated from their directories, and then it's hard to keep track of them. So I'm gonna do MD meta .PEGN, and I'm gonna actually allow the option in the specification that says you can be named either or. In fact, in the spec over here, I think I could probably add that to the spec. Okay. Grammar. How about this? Grammar.PEGN. There it is. Perhaps the best example of PEGN grammar itself, which is specified in PEGN, Here's another example. Okay, so we need to have, this is part of the spec. So this first line is the meta line about the grammar. So let's do that. MD meta. Let's do that. Let's say MD meta. Idiocracy. Let's say version 1.0.0. And what? Oh, the canonical source for it. github.com/rdbxrob/ for right now anyway /md meta. All right, so that's the definition. You can make this first top level thing grammar, or you can actually make it, MD meta. This will become the object when you do the grammar parsing. So I'm going to say grammar equals WS. Well, I mean, we could say it like this. We could say MD meta is a recommends a beginner starting point. Well, you don't need to game on it. Have two computers, Johnny. Yeah, join our beginner boost stuff if you want to do that. Make sure you do that. Yep. You need to find something you want to do, something that's fun to code in. So grammar here we have. So what is our file going to look like? Well, we have a meta. So the meta file we have. So this is interesting because I'm going to break it down, but I don't really care to get all the pieces out of it. I want to just extract certain pieces out of this meta file, the Markdown file. So this is what I'm going to leverage PEGN's unique dash and double dash operator to do that. So double dash means it will become a part of everything. And in this particular case, I don't even think I need a double dash. I think I just use a single dash. And I'm going to break down the file in generals here. As you break down the syntax here, it actually helps you write your parser automatically because it's simplifying the parsing that you're doing. This is the main reason I created PEGN, was to help me organize the thought process behind writing a parser, no matter how you write it. And then it kind of grew into an automatic parser generator. But the most important part of this is being able to organize your thoughts about how something is how a grammar is actually defined, so then you can parse it however you want. Okay, so we have a YAML block. In this particular case, an MD meta file has to have a YAML block, and that is of course not common in all Markdown. So that's why I need a specification. So we have a YAML block, and then after the YAML block, we have the body. Okay, we have some YAML metadata, and then we have the body. And it can only be YAML. It can't be TOML or JSON or something. And that's it. So the MD meta file is composed of a YAML data block and a body. And then what? Then we can break down the YAML, and we're not going to need anything specifically from the YAML. And we can break down the body. And I suppose I can write it like that. And so again, I'm using single dashes here because I don't care about the results of that. I'm just going to put head. I'm going to put head in a body. The head is not a heading, so. And the head is a YAML header, so I just like it better. So then we have a head and a body. Now we have to break down the body thing. So well, again, the reason I made PEGN is because it's really fun to use for specifying what I'm looking for before I go diving into writing parsing code. So I have one head and a body, and I have to have both of them. Otherwise, I'd put an optional thing here or something, which we're not going to do. So you can't even have an empty meta document unless you have a head and a body. All right. So yeah. So that's the head. So what is the header made of? Well, the header is made of YAML. So we're going to say you have to have 3 dashes, right? And it has to be the first line, and that is unlike other Markdown. And then what? So then we have, another one of these at the end. So the beginner and the end, right? And then what? Then we have, after that, we're going to have a line return. So we have a new line. And I think new line is defined by default. Let me go check. Oh no, we can have a comment end of line. No, we can't have that. Nope. End line. What is an end line? Is that defined as a class? I have to go see. So this one end line. Oh, there we go. So line feed, carriage return line feed. So I have to decide whether I'm going to allow an end line to be a thing, and I don't want that. I never ever want to encounter a file that has only a carriage return line feed or a carriage return. So in my particular case here, you can't play this game unless you pick a modern line ending. The end. Okay, so then what are we going to do? We're going to look for, so I need a line ending. So what is my standard line ending? Carriage return line feed. We're just going to do line feed. Screw it. I'll let it be both. How's that? I'll do the right thing. Because somebody might be on a system that doesn't support it. So let's put that in here. End line. All right, so we'll put that down here. So we have an end line. End line. And then what do we have? We have, so there's an inline here. And then what? And then inside of here we have, actually I can do some funky like stuff here to make it look pretty. And then we have the stuff in the middle. And so we have any number of key value pairs. But we only care about one type. Yeah. So we want the title, and we'll add some stuff to open this up a little bit. So what do we got? We can do. We want to be able to look for a one that starts with tags, and it does have to be in all cap. I don't care if people don't like that. I don't care. I'm not making this for my health. This is like, if you want to play this game, this is the game you play. So, so you have a tags, and then I guess you could have one or more white spaces. So we'll put white space plus, and then what? Then we have values of some type. So how are we going to specify tag values with commas? I think we don't even need commas, quite frankly. Alphanumeric and comma, I think that's what we should do. Should we allow white space in between, Borden? You know what I mean? So we need alpha num. All right, so let's do this again. So we have alpha num, which I have al num is actually part of the standard classes. Alpha, there we go. Al num is actually also alpha num. So we have an al num, and can it begin with a number? I think we can let them begin with a number, even though I don't think it should, but tags don't have to be only begin with an alpha. What do you think? The lambda. Yeah. Oh boy. Left and right. Da prava. Leva y prava. Prava. Alpha num. So does anybody here think we should have force tags to be initial alpha, initial English alpha? Actually, here's another thing. Should tags have to be English at all? I actually think the answer to that is no. So it's not an alpha num. It's actually much more wide than that. We need to allow any character whatsoever. And I actually have a class for that. I just have to go figure it out. Any, there we go. Any byte, we have a Unicode code point, UTF-16, all the things. No. We're going to do a unipoint. Problem with Unicode points is that they are not considered letters, and there's an entire subset of that. So we have lower hex, lower dig, octig, punct, some gaps about how assembly, yeah. Quotable, visible ASCII character except single quote, no. Sign, no. Upper hex, no. Visible, alpha num or punctuation. That's all ASCII, we don't want that. So positive classes, we have all that. Graph, word, single rune strings. I thought we had a class defined for any letter. Max rune, end of data, max ASCII, max Latin. No, we don't. We don't have it. I'm gonna have to add a class for that. You know what I can do is I can say not whatever. Yeah. I can do a not. It's easier to do a class without a not though, because it takes more code to do a not than just this is the standard set. That's why ABNF doesn't allow not. So, I'm thinking we need to have a letter. You know what? I feel like I need to add some more classes here. Based on, this could get really hairy really fast, because if we allow some of the classes, like, which I know that Unicode supports and that Go supports, I'm gonna have to add it here as well. Yep, because you know what? We need to allow yep. Maybe this is not a good example because this allows specification of everything. Yeah. Int range, union range, hex range. Quotables, letters. See, letters are, letters here are not letters for Unicode. There's like a Unicode letter. We needed the entire subset of Unicode stuff in here. Yep, I'm going to need to add it to this at some point. Yep. Alright, so I'm actually going to play around with this for right now. And we'll see what's going on there. I'm going to go digging into the Go stuff. So what we need here is we need a, what we would call a Unicode letter, right? I think that's what it would be called. Golang, it's in the Unicode. The Golang Unicode library is so awesome. Punctuation open. PO is a set of Unicode characters in category PO. This is just so cool. This is like if you want to, you know what? We need to add this. I actually need to add this to PEGN. Is digit, is graphic, is letter, is letter. So we're going to have Unicode letter. I'm going to have U letter, which stands for a Unicode letter. And then that will be, actually that's a class, so I'm going to make it lowercase, U letter. You can make unique. It has to be a letter. And so then we're going to define what that is. So this, I knew this was going to go someplace. We don't have to get crazy with that. That's already coded in Go. So now I can just play on that. End of line. Yep, we'll put an end of line here. These are classes. So I'm going to put classes. H title. There we go. U letter. When Unicode strings start with U. Yeah. This is something that's come from like ABNF. I hope it's okay, but maybe there's something better. So what is a U letter? A U letter is UTF-8 though? Yeah. We have to do a little bit more than that, right? So actually we don't care about end of line. I don't think. No, we don't. The really great thing about this grammar is that it doesn't care about a lot of stuff. I'm starting to see some of the advantages of my PEGN approach here, which I anticipated would be advantages. So this is kind of fun for me. So yeah, so we have Unicode letter, which I need to define as what it is. Technically, I don't need all the individual letters though. I just need to have all the letters grouped together. So let's do that. Is letter. And this is going to be hard for me because I'm going to have to add, this is why I need to add it to the category L, right? If it's in category L, and to look for category L, you have to like go, it's pretty tough. This is one of those things that needs to be added to PEGN at some point so that I have it all. Because I want to be able to make it so you can write grammars really quickly and you don't have to like specify all this stuff over and over and over again. So this is good. I'm glad we're doing this. Category L. What was the package name again? Was it package Unicode? Where's the source for that? lstat. No such file directory. What? Oopsie. Let's go. Go package. Where's the source for this? Where is the source? Follow the source, Luke. Factions of open source. Oh, right. Synopsis. Implements functions and constants supported. Yeah, this is where it gets. UTF-16 versus UTF-8. Yeah, we're gonna stick with UTF-8, I guess. This has all the classes in it. Package files UTF-8.go. Runer. So here's all the good stuff. Surrogate. Here's all the really word categorizations. I'm really getting pulled into this. So I'm actually going to make a rhetorical rule, which are they're not a thing in PEGN, but oh well. Just because I don't want to get bogged down in that, I want to do some Go parsing. So all I need to do to avoid all that for now is to do a to-do here and say to do Unicode L class is letter and go. So I'll be adding that, eventually. Gives me a to-do. Oh, you know what I can add? I can add to-dos on my PEGN project. Yep. So the body. Body is a U letter. And technically this is going to be unfit, but we'll just say any, and I'll put to do there. I think I want to probably put visible. Well, no, visible is no, we can't do visible. Visible is just, yeah, visible is just, is not okay. We need to put a uni point. Any byte. No, we're going to put a uni point for now. I need to add some stuff to the Unicode thing to do that. And then what? So this is tags. Now we obviously have some other stuff to do here. So we're going to say actually I need to do this differently. So we're going to have here, we're going to have tags, and tags we're going to make sure that we gather. We want to gather it. I'm calling it gathering, I guess. And so and then we'll just put this one there. So tags equals tags, SP U letter plus, and then a comma. I mean, I can do this for now and cheat. So I can say not comma unipoint, because actually I could just say not comma. I mean, I should be able to put a bunch of other stuff there. This definitely has to be changed. This is going to break, but this is for now. It's temporary. And then we have a comma. And actually we have one or more spaces, right? Optional spaces. And we have optional spaces, but you can't wrap tags. Tags all have to be on the same line. Because I don't want to do the parsing of multiple lines for that, so forget that. Alright, so then we have, so what? We have, that is a letter. Tell you what, you have to have one space. After that, you can have multiple spaces, and that way I can get away with this. So we want one of these again, and you can have one or more of those. with an optional comma at the end. And yeah, so one or more. And then, I mean, we can do the thing where you have to have a trailing comma, but probably a bad idea. U letter. No, we'll leave that. And I guess you have to have a comma on the end of everything. So what we could do is we could just have white space between them all, and then I don't even have to have commas. What? Much easier to parse. You want to walk the dog?
Anna is right now talking to Sue about virtual modeling for the Syracuse figurative
Already?
and Mooresville art. Yes.
You are making stuff happen.
I am a mover and a
Facilitator. We've already established this. It's like your calling in life is to make everyone else's life successful. My wife is awesome. Shh, don't tell her I said that. This got a lot easier. Watch this. You know what? This is the really great thing about having a meta language to use, because it actually simplifies. When you're writing the meta language, you end up simplifying your own syntax by saying, God, it would be hard for me to even write this, so my parser must have to work harder to parse it. It's just, I love it. So this is what we have now. So now all we have for use letter is it can't be a space. Cannot have a space in there. Otherwise it's Unicode code point. Now we need to make it an L class, and it'll be easier to parse that way. But so we have tags, we have SP letter going on. So then what I can do here is I can say, in fact, I can do something like this even. I could say head mark, or head to limb or something. Head tag. And I can make it so I don't need it. So what? So we have, should I make my arrows line up? I should probably make the arrows line up, right? I probably should. All right, so now what? So we have all right, so we have this, we have tags. Awesome, awesome possum. And right here we can have a head tag. And then we have another head tag. And it's just YAML, but whatever. Now what? Now a head tag. So a head tag is what? A head tag is 3 dashes. Followed by a line return. That's it. End of line. And anyway, so we have head tag and a head tag. So a head tag equals that. And then what goes inside of the head tag? Well, we have a bunch of things. So we can have a tags. We can have a title. We can have a subtitle. Or we can have gibberish. So we can have just a regular key value pair. So I don't know what we would call that. It's not really a header. I guess we could call it header. We have
walking out because it's only getting colder.
Are we going to do that? All right. We can go walk the dog here in a second.
It's like that outside.
I know. It looks great. Or other. Again, you know what I like about this is that I can define tiny grammars and then define another grammar later without it having a conflict with this grammar, so I can have them be compatible. PEGN.dev. We'll give you all the resources for that if you want to understand. And is it still loud? Yeah, I like it. I like it loud. So, all right. So what is an other? An other is, what are those things, by the way? They're headers, right? MIME headers. Yeah, they're headers. They're headers. So I'm defining the terms of my world. There's a difference between a header and a heading, by the way. Right? Yeah. So a heading is what? A heading is like an H1 or whatever, right? Header versus header. Yeah. Well, the reason. Okay. So first of all, this is not a header tag. There's no such thing as a header tag in this world. So this is more like a MIME type header because it's in YAML. So the term header in our world refers to a key value pair inside the YAML head. Inside the YAML header. A head and a body. A header and a body. Front matter. I don't like front matter. That's that stupid term they invented at GitHub. I don't like it. But that's what it is. Okay, fine. Correct, Jenny. That's what they call it, so let's do it. You're right. You're right. So what do they call each item in the front matter? A property? Let's be pedantic here. The term front matter, it's used all the time in Markdown. So this is Markdown after all, so we have to use the terms people will know, even though I freaking hate it. Something with grammar and programming. I am breaking down. I'm getting ready to parse out the metadata from my knowledge base, knowledge nodes. It is kind of adapted from that, yeah. Yeah. All right, so we're basically, if you go, do you know what regular expressions are? That's what I'm doing. I'm writing a big old regular expression without the regular expression. That's going to parse a simple Markdown file from my knowledge base in order to be able to search it. It's like a big old grep pattern, sort of. So front matter, and then I suppose the body. You could call it the document, whatever you want. Call it the body. Yeah. So this is meta languages are just really simplified and long drawn out regular expressions that you can actually read, and they allow you to do things you can't do with regular expressions, like infinite look ahead and look behind. Jekyll calls the parts at the top variables. Oh my god. Please, no. What does Pandog call them? Pandog header. I think I call them properties. I don't remember though. Headers and footers in Pandog. That's not it. Title page. There we go. Many variables that you can set. They call it variable. Rob Rant. Likes it broken into tokens. Yeah, this is a totally different board. Those are great words, yes, but those are. That's what this is about, by the way. See these right here? You'd be interested probably to know that PEG combines the two steps of parsing and lexing. Well, first of all, I'm not parsing JSON, so I'm parsing Markdown that has front matter. So yeah, now the result is going to be JSON files that can be parsed that have keywords in them. Yeah, there'll be descriptive files that have the information about the Markdown that can then be collected into a massive JSON file that is essentially a database of all the files that can be stored flat and then loaded into whatever else we want to. Because JSON is the fastest parsing option. I considered actually gRPC protobuf binary format for the files, and I don't think that's a good idea. This is because I still think it needs to be readable, and JSON is the most readable thing. The JSON files, however, won't be verbose. It'll be one character per header. I don't want it. They're not designed for human consumption. They're designed to be, completely. Pardon me. So, I think a front matter header is the right way to call this. We're gonna have heading and headers. So we have the head tag. Hugo calls them variables. They're not variables. You know why they call them variables? They call them variables because they're used to be replaced within the template. That's why they call them that. And you can use them, you can define them and then you can use them as variables within the template, but I'm not doing it that way. And I have no problem with other people calling them variables, but they don't, that definition of that word doesn't fit in this case. That implies that I'm going to be able to use it someplace else. And I don't, the place we should be drawing our terms here is from MIME, right? So in MIME, they're called MIME type headers, right? So MIME, what is MIME? MIME is the format for every HTTP request. It's also the format for SMTP mail, multi-purpose internet mail exchange. It doesn't have anything to do with, is an internet standard, extends the format of email messages to support text. So yeah, let's go back. SMTP headers is what they used to be called. SMTP headers, right? If I search for SMTP header, application JSON is a MIME type, yeah. So simple mail transfer protocol. If we read about this, then we can steal our terms from here. It's actually more appropriate. So every mail message and HTTP request consists of a bunch of key value pairs at the top, and then the body. And MIME is when the body has more than one part and includes video and stuff. Exactly what it is, a key value pair, right? So whether or not that's what the other static site generators use, and for our particular purposes, and that's what defining a grammar is all about, right? It's defining the term as would be understood to your specific application. And as I said, with PEGN being really easy to write, I can actually define an entirely different grammar that uses the same source files that has different terms, without it being too confusing, because I'll be using them in a different way at that point. Send mail, most common MTA user agent. I almost guarantee this is a header. Email delivery. What? Send mail, transfer protocol. Deliver mail, Eric Allman. Oh, I haven't seen that name in a long time. Send mail, release notes. Is this probably the IATF spec? No, God no. It's a tarball. So then we're on the outside. It's got to be header. Yep, there we go. The header and body. There you go. So they call the header the whole thing at the top. You know what? Screw front matter. Screw it. And did you find it? Well, look at you, Jenny. It's not. Head and body is better than header. So we have a header, and a header has a key value pair. I could just put pair. Tags, title, subtitle. I could put property there. What is it called? Can you find it? What does it say for each individual one? Inside the header consists of what? A message header and a message body. By the empty line. The data is actually a group of commands. Message text. Field name. Ooh, field. Field. Oh, now I'm excited. Like field and instruct. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh my God, Rob, did you really just do that? Thank you, Jenny. Those kind of things make me very happy. You're the best. Thank you so much. I think we almost got this done. I go walk the dog. That's not a euphemism. Header body, head tag. Head tag, we need a head tag. You know what? I don't even need that. I'm going to change this to EOL and make it a class, actually, because classes are lowercase. That's my convention for my little language here. And so I'm going to do this. So you have head tag. I mean, this is a good example. Look, don't over engineer shit, Rob. Just make the thing simple, right? EOL, and then what? And then over here we have boom, boom, boom. Oops. And then we have an EOL. All right. So, I mean, you can look at that and you can go, okay, I've got a header has stuff inside of a thing, and it's for case insensitive literals. Yes. No. You have to specify them, just like ABNF. If you want a case insensitive, you'd have to say this is, case insensitive and define both. And no, I'm not going to allow you to have capital T or lowercase t. I'm not allowing that. I'm not that kind of guy. Title tags. Are you ready, Doris? We're going to go walk the dog a little now. So there. That was one of the edits we made for our grammar. Yeah? Yeah, I don't. No way. No, never allowing that, ever. Because I want my grammar to be more like ABNF in precision. ABNF, you can't even specify a letter by the letter. You have to specify its hex value. Yeah, God, no. I would never do that. not for me. If you could, look, you can technically do it, and maybe I'll add it. Okay, so let's put it this way. It's the default grammar specification doesn't call for that, but if you want to make a class that includes upper and lowers, you can add a class and you can make your grammar support whatever you want. See, here it is right here, right? So you see what I'm saying? So I have alphanum in upper and lower, right? And alphanum is upper and lower here. These are, by the way, these are all consistent with POSIX classes. But if you wanted to do, a bunch of keywords in upper and lower, I think you need to precisely specify that. I really like that ABNF and EBNF are kind of, err on the side of being pedantic and strict. So this actually, I'm really pleased with this because this communicates everything I need in one line. So it's like EOL, tags, title, subtitle, and field, which are really, these three are the ones we want to pull out, and this one is just meh, right? So we'll have that in there. So tags, title, subtitle. Man, I'm going to be done here. I'm too slow. Title. God damn it. This is where I need my Vim. I need to make a Vim plugin for this. Quint already made an Emacs plugin for his. Title. That's not at all true. This needs to be. And then, oh, you know what? Damn it. So the one problem with PEGN that I have versus all the other PEG grammars is the gathering operators. And I deliberately disabled that. All right, I gotta go. I'll be back. I'm just gonna leave it on. It's just easier. Yeah, they're just fields. I agree. I'll be back. We'll look at that. But I'm gonna have to break these down because I don't want to gather this part of it. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna have to give it a name. Yep. And tags is gonna be so I'm gonna have like a tags field, a title field. This is something that is annoying, but I made it annoying on purpose because I want to extract out the stuff here. Yeah. Anyway, I will see you guys in a bit. So cold. It's so cold out there. Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. It sounds just like it sounds in here. I need the fire. My nose is still red. All right, so what are we doing? I got to do some parsing. I'll wrap this up, and then I'll probably take a break before I have to come back for tonight's beginner boost. So indeed, I need to break up these tags. I'm trying to decide how much of this parsing I can. So one of the things about doing this is I want to end up with a resulting AST that is already an object, and I can just use pointers into the object, into the struct, rather than having to do additional parsing. That's one of the benefits of having a meta language you can eke out really quickly. Yeah, the first line is sort of it's YAML. It is similar to HTTP. It really is. How's it going, Omer? So that would mean, for example, that so things like this, I need to have tags filled. This means since it's not gathered, this is gathered, and so let's do this one first. So the tags field would be tags plus a number of tags, and this would then be tag, and then what we get out of that is a bunch of tags. Now, I think I do want tags and tag to be separate. So actually, let me try something here. I think I can do tags, and we'll gather that one. Yeah, but because that has children, it'll chuck all this stuff. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna work. Let me get this out of the way, and then an individual tag, and I have to indicate this by itself for it to show up in the AST. So that would mean a tag is just a U letter. I mean, for right now, U letter plus. And so that both these are gathered. So our resulting AST would have a parent item called tags, and then its children. Each one of its children would be an individual tag. And then that parsing saves me the hassle of doing that. Although I could either do that, or I could just parse tags and then just do my own parsing of the tags. It really depends on if I want to list all the tags independently or not. And in this particular case, otherwise I wouldn't really need to parse them out. I know I was out just outside. It was pretty cold. I'll go mine later. So that's what we got. So yeah, one or more tags, and both the tags are gathered, and then okay, so that's good. That's good. The title field, on the other hand, the reason I need to do title field and title is because of. I mean, this one might be. This is kind of proving the metal on PEGN and see if it's going to do what I want. This is good practice. So really, the title is just a U letter plus. Actually, no, it's not. It's anything, right? So we want the title to be. What can a title have in it? It can have. I mean, well. No, it can be just any words. I mean, right now I need to figure out what this is. Well, the other thing, this is why I'm doing this. So the title can actually have Markdown in it, and so that's an issue. And there's actually a type of Markdown that I want to allow in this. That is just emphasis. So Markdown, text with emphasis, or Markdown with text. Text with emphasis is text that allows. It doesn't allow links, and I need to. I'm wondering if I should actually add it to the grammar. There's a lot of interesting things coming out of this. So yeah, text with emphasis is. anything that's allowed in Markdown, but it also uses the emphasis tags. And there's only 3 ways of doing that, and then we'll be removing the emphasis. But I need to capture this because if I don't, those emphasis marks will get red. And so yeah. So the title is I don't know what to call that. Markdown emphasis tags. I almost need a class. This is where token at Lexing comes in, right? I'm trying to avoid getting sucked into defining an entire grammar for emphasis text, which is a subgrammar of Markdown that's very specific. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to avoid that, but it's okay because it'll pay off in the long run. Title field part. Yeah, we're not done with it yet. That's to do. I still have stuff to fix down here. Fix me. So this one works because, well, actually it doesn't work because we haven't defined what a tag is, right? A tag can be any Unicode letter. Actually, we got that already. So, but it can't have white space in this particular scenario because we use white space as the delimiter, and that's fine for me. I don't ever want to allow tags to have white space in them anyway. I've always hated that. It doesn't play nice with Twitter and other things. I know Medium allows it, but I've never liked that. There's nothing wrong with mixed case and stuff like that for a tag. So in my system, tags will be mixed case, and that's it. So there's a lot of extra on the side work that's being fixed here related to PEGN. That's because I'm actually trying to apply it to an application. Title, on the other hand, so the problem I have here is that I don't want to gather the whole field. I only want to parse out the specific title, which is why I have to define it like this. And this actually would be, I would have like a title field, and actually we can do it this way. Nothing wrong with writing it like this. I could have tags. Title field, I could have subtitle field, or just a regular field, and well, I could just do it actually like this. Let's do it like that instead. And then down here we just have the end part. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to decide what did I do here? How did I line them up? I'm trying to see how I did. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, yeah. All right. So we have these two are getting gathered. This stuff, none of this is getting gathered. I mean, I could actually put this stuff in here if I wanted to. It just depends on how that actually will simplify the resulting code. So let's try that. It's a little bit harder to read, but let's see if we can keep it readable. So we would have let's don't do that. The reason I'm pulling out these fields and I'm not having a bunch of fields is because I want to, by defining the grammar, I kind of pre-parse all the specific fields. And if I was just doing a generic parsing thing, I would say, okay, here's all the fields, and then the code would do the extraction of the fields, right? But I don't want to bother parsing tags and stuff in anything that doesn't have it. So the resulting code for this is why this is similar to regex. So we have tags, title field, subtitle field, and field. Just any field, right? And any field is ignored. Ignored field. I'm actually going to call it that. So there. So yeah. So tags. And the tags, so we have the tags, then we have the tag, and then, so the only thing that comes out of this, we will get a tags element, but because it has children, the literal will be thrown away, and its children will be gathered inside of it. So tags will contain a bunch of tags. So that's the thing. And then this one, we have, so yeah, we can go, I mean, I was thinking about, for consistency, calling it tags field. I suppose we could do that. It doesn't hurt to do that for consistency. And then the actual tags are inside of the tags field. No, we want tags because that's what's going to end up in the AST. So it's going to be .tags.tag, right? So I don't want that. I don't want a text field. Title field isn't ever going to show up in any of the AST because it's not a gathering thing. About the title is another MD meta. Title is another MD meta. Header and a body. Oh, I don't know about that. So title is so title field is not going to gather. So we're going to get rid of, and that's a pretty long one. I think. Wait, let's do subtitle field. See, I need a Vim plugin for this. This is why another reason I made this, so I can make nice, pretty grammars. I have to just do it the hard way. Are we over 80? How much is that? 69, that's fine. 72 is the max. So anyway, so title field. So the title field is what? We have title. Whoopsie, I need an EOL on these, by the way. So these all have EOL on the end. Title. And then what? And then one or more, actually, yeah, one or more SPs. And then what? Well, then we have, and I know that this is restricting YAML more than YAML allows. YAML allows white space to be there with the colon and stuff, but I don't want to be that flexible personally. So that's the thing. And then we have the title. So we have to decide, well, what's a valid title character, right? So I don't know even what to call this. I almost want to call it we have an ASCII equivalent, and I once upon a time I did this when I extended ABNF. I think we called it Unicode Alpha, or a U letter or a space, right? Or a U word or something. It's called a UV varchar or something like that in ABNF. So we're going to call it, I don't know what we're going to call it. This is all ASCII stuff. So I don't know. And here's the other thing too. So I can either get really precise about the emphasis and everything, or I can be generic about it. And if I'm generic about it, then I can parse it in the code after it. It won't be included in the actual parser. But if I specify it, I get all of that parsing for free. It just means I have to do more work in specifying what the title string can be, right? So this would be title, right? And we can call it just that right now. And then we have some crazy white space at the end, possibly. And then we have an EOL. So, and then I can do the other stuff later here. In fact, we can put all of these. It's always tough to organize these the way you want. I mean, this is obviously not the final answer, but you could say U letter plus. Well, it's not just that, right? It it should be something. I don't know what goes here right now. To do. So we have a subtitle, which is the same as the title, whatever that is. And we're not going to allow there to be an end of line in there, because I want to force people to stick with short titles and subtitles. So subtitle field, exactly the same as this, just subtitle. And we'll put sub here. Subtitle. Yeah, this is fine. This can be like that too. So tags are pretty straightforward. So you have tags, subtitle. So that's kind of a specification of what could be there. Text title field, subtitle field, or an ignored field. An ignored field is we're just going to discard it, so we'll get rid of that. And this is any key value pair that's not one of these, right? So this could be whatever we allow for tags titles to be. I think God, I don't know. I could say like uLetter. I don't even know what's valid. I need to get that valid. I need to validate that. So one or more, uLetter fields, followed by a colon, and then the rest of the stuff. We really don't care though. So this could be, frankly, anything. And I think I can literally say any. Yep, any unipoint. Let's do unipoint. So unipoint. An optional unipoint, and then ADOL. So that allows that field to be. This is all going to translate into parser code. So that's why the difference is that in the resulting AST is only going to have tags. So at the top level, will be, I think we need to make this one a metadata. So we'll have a MD metadata. So if you imagine like a tree, a node tree, we'll have an MD metadata, object, struct, whatever. And inside of it will be any of the things inside of header that are not just, that are gathered. So the first child would be one of tags, title, or subtitle. And if I want to get crazy, ooh, this is ordered priority. I'm glad I'm doing this. Okay, so this means that I have to put these in a priority. God, I'm so glad that I did it this way. So title, subtitle, field, and that's really important. Or tags. So by doing order priority, I'm actually able to define where they appear in the list. So this means that subtitle must come first, title must come first, subtitle must come second, and title tags must come last. And the reason for that is because when you're examining the field, the first thing it's going to check is say, do I start with title? Nope. Okay. Do I start with subtitle? Yep. Nope. If I do I type with tags? Nope. Well, then I'm an ignored field. And it'll like slurp it all in, but it won't care. And because it's order priority, oh my God, I don't even need to do that. Oh wow, this is so cool. Actually, I can really simplify this. Because I don't need to do all this parsing. All that parsing is just a waste of time. Explicit dependency field, yeah. So right here we can actually just say it's either one of those things or it's a bunch of bytes and then an end of line. Seriously, that's all it is. So, and I can do, I can just say not end of line, not EOL, and then any, right? Actually, Unicode. No, because that's going to force me to check Unicode. I'll just say any byte, not any, and I'm going to say any. Actually, any includes a line return, so we can't put that. Oh no, because I put not any. And then I can say, and then I can say EOL. So I can just do this. Yes. Yes, that's so much easier. 71, yay. I don't even need ignored field anymore. So it says, look, when I parse this, I'm going to look for a title field. If I got it, great. Match it, parse it, move on. Okay, so the next one is subtitle field. Yes, match it, parse it, move on. The crazy thing is this actually does allow me to have 2 title fields. Yeah. Right now, this does allow me to have 2 title fields, which is not a good thing. So, yeah. Because I can't put, that's like a computational thing. I can't say, basically, if I do this, the last title wins. And because there's nothing stopping somebody from putting another title in there. And in order for me to prevent them from putting another title in there, I'd have to get really creative, because I have to say already seen title kind of thing. So yeah. I mean, I could get really, really precise and say the first field must be title field. The second field must be an optional subtitle field. And there's no, I mean, God, that would make parsing even faster. It would make it very precise, but I already follow that convention anyway. And then the only thing I have to do for that is this. I can say there absolutely must be a title field, followed by an optional subtitle field, which I can say, I can just put a question mark on it, followed by, oh God, I don't even need that. I can do this. Subtitle, and tags is never, the problem with tags is that tags can be anywhere. So I don't know if I want to make tags, I need to like grab tags out of the list sort of thing. And then what? So because people do author and date and stuff like that, they can do it out of order. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, that's 1 and exactly 1. Yep, but the default is exactly 1. Oh, it's just this fun like thing. So what we have here is a situation where no, these 2 things must be first, and then we have optional tags. We have actually no, this is good. This is good. And this is a continuation. This is not an or. That's just a continuation. So so yeah. So we have let's see, a title field, a subtitle, and then we have tags or nothing. Right, so this is a blank line. I mean, I could call that out if I really wanted to, if it'd make it easier to understand. I could do that. I could say. The problem if I do this though is that they can have 1 or more tags still. You could have 2 sets of tag lines, and it would blow, the one would blow the other one out. So I mean, I wonder how I could describe this in grammar. I know there's different ways with like negative look ahead and stuff, but because it's kind of a programmatic thing, it's like if I already saw tags, I can't see another one. You think they should be able to have multiple tag lines and have them combined, Jenny, or should they blow out the previous one? Which one would you say? So if we have tags here, we can say 1 or more of these And that's an optional thing. So yeah, there we go. So that should cover it. Last one wins. Seems straightforward. I know. I thought about that. If I do that, then I could have. Then strictly speaking, I could do the same thing with title and subtitle. But I think I like having forcing titles be the second line, because then if you're using grep or something, you know what to look for, right? I like being able to look at the first line and consistently know what you're working with. Hi.
Hi, I just talked to Minimax.
You got a report. All right, I need to.
I want to show you this new background I found.
You found a new background?
Yeah.
Where?
You have to. I can type.
You know what? Just give me a second. I almost have this finished.
I know. I love disturbing you.
Sure enough, you're not going to accidentally miss duplicates of something 4 lines long. Well, there's more than 4 lines, right? So that's true. But it is 4 enough. She's like, okay. What are you doing? My crazy wife. I love you.
I know I'm derailing you.
No, you're not. You're good. You're good. We just got we parsed the header. It's so exciting. Look, Doris, we parsed the headers. I know, it's so exciting.
It's the potter and the painter. Hello.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to put this to bed for tonight. I really am. You guys can go have some fun. I'll be back at midnight tonight to do beginner stuff if you want to do more of the learning web design, which is in a few hours. But I need to take a rest and break everything. And I've got the headers working. The headers are working. Yay. So we'll move on from there. Good night. It's actually called the background parser. Bye.